see that. Okay, good. Because I
Now you're fading out.
consent, I think a few of us are. Is there, Kadeem, is there anybody that we know will not be here tonight?
Not. I do
Right.
not know of anyone not
Members?
attending, Mr. Chair.
Little underwater.
It just said my
Yeah.
connection is unstable.
Yeah, you sound a little underwater.
And now
Are
you
we
look a
gonna-
little
Okay.
frozen.
Well, I just cut my video.
Oh, yep.
Can you guys hear me now?
It's still,
Little underwater.
yeah,
Oh, damn it.
it was good for a little bit.
Yeah, from the beginning, it was good.
All right. John McLaughlin just joined, I think.
I don't see him.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
All right. I wonder if it has to do with the number of people that are on, but that's nothing within my control.
Right.
Well, how about we just, if you say, if you're fine until we say that was just underwater, just so then you can repeat the last few things you said. Does that make sense? If it
Yes.
happens sporadically, we'll just remind you sporadically as it happens to repeat what we missed.
Okay.
Is that-
Okay. Yes. And it does say on my thing, my screen, it will say connection is unstable. So that gives me a hint that things are not right.
Okay.
Well, we can get started, I think. So
okay.
we're live, right?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, we are live.
John
Okay.
is here.
Oh,
Yep. John's on. Okay. I'm going to start this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Poll. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Val Oliver.
affirmative.
Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Here,
Very good. John McLaughlin.
Here. Present.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Carrie Thornwell.
Yes, here.
Great. Stephen Welch.
Here.
Great. And I'm Ray Pohl for the record. Staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kadeem McCarthy.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
Great. Okay. Good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the HDC is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other people may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Turning to the first item on the agenda, before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. After members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment to those members of the public that have joined the meeting via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken at tonight's meeting will be conducted via roll call. Thank you. So with that all having been said, if I could have a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I
Very
make a-
good. Thank you for, yep. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val Oliver.
Aye.
Thank you, John McLaughlin.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Let's take Carrie on this one. Carrie Thornwell.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane,
Aye,
on your motion.
aye.
Great, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Super. Okay, we now have an approved agenda, the first item of which will be our consent agenda. And let's see. I need to recuse from this, so
I
Diane will
need to
take over.
recuse.
And so Val needs to recuse, Carrie
Carrie.
needs to recuse. So Diane.
Yep.
You have, let's just see, you have yourself, you have John, and you have Stephen. So that is a quorum. You can proceed with that.
Okay, so, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. John,
Aye.
all righty, and Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So that takes care of
Great,
consent.
very good. Thank you, Diane. That was
Okay.
seamless. We now have consent with conditions. Val is the only person that needs to recuse from this one. So we're back to Carrie as the associate member. Could I have a motion on this one?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda, 1, 2, and 3.
That's the consent with conditions. Thank you. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye,
thank you. And I'm in favor. That motion carries. All right, that's two things out of the way. And now Abby was the acting chair on this 12 Pittman. Oh, did I see Jesse Dutra arrive? That's a question for Kadeem or Holly.
Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing Jesse Dutra. He actually emailed us saying that he's running late, but he'll be logging in for old business.
Okay, all right. So Jesse, so let's see. First of all, Pat, are you on board? Pat Levesque?
I am here.
Okay, let me just see if you have a quorum, Pat. So
Yes.
Diane could share this. You have Stephen and Carrie. So you would be proceeding with a three-person board. The board being Diane would be chairing, Stephen Welch, and Carrie Thornwell. Do you feel comfortable moving forward with three people?
Yes,
Okay, so then Diane, would you mind sharing this?
no problem, no problem.
Great,
So-
thank you. All right.
Patrick, do you want to tell us what you're doing from the last time?
So the client's looking to put in a storage barn on the property, trying to keep it very simple. The last time we met, had not been viewed by the Sconset Advisory, which I believe something has been sent out. So we're matching all the trim and shingle details of a house that's already on the property. And that's what I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Holly, do we have anything from Shab?
Yes, well, so they provided some individual comments. There was a issue with having it on the agenda with the holiday. So they didn't get to meet as a advisory board, but again, we do have some comments for you all to consider. First, I wanted to indicate where it is. Here's the HDC survey. This indicates that the structure was built in 1973. I believe a carpenter's awl is what it's called. However, I do want to let the commission know that the NHL data did indicate 1960, so between 60 and 73. Mr. Benchley had provided individual comments. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on 12 Pittman Road application. While the storage barn looks compatible for the neighborhood, it appears quite large in this footprint. The size makes one wonder what you would use for, whether it be a car or a truck storage, machinery, farm equipment, boats, etc. Although perhaps not SAB's purview, such a question would be asked considering it being such a central historic location. And comment, seems a prominent location for a storage barn, but better than a huge house. Thanks for forwarding the application. And from Mary Lathrop Will, having looked at the proposed storage shed, I'm struck by its overall size. It appears to be both large, tall. For a storage building, one can store commercial sized vehicles within what is entirely residential neighborhood. Additionally, the proposed location, a lot has been pastoral, adds greatly to the transition from densely settled Sconset Old Historic to an area populated by seasonal residents surrounded by yard and open space. A commercial sized storage barn is a questionable addition to this neighborhood. From a staff's perspective, I will notate the photo that was provided as an example of the vertical doors. This is more of a, size scale appropriate for Sconset Historic Village. The elevation that's provided, that seems to be fairly tall at, I believe, 21.9 for that area. The swinging loft doors on the gable end seems also to be fairly large. And again, I would echo those comments from SAB that it is a very tall structure. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, would you like to make any comment now, Patrick, before we go to the commissioners?
It's nothing commercial. It's just for a car or two, and bikes and things like that that the family has on properties. We can lower the roof pitch to lower the height. We were just trying to get a 2-car, storage barn. I can reduce the size of the doors on the gable ends or remove them if that's required. I can always put something up from the inside, or maybe take the one that's facing Coffin Street out. So it's only on the opposite side, so it's not viewed from Coffin Street. So it's we're amicable to all that. So.
Okay, thank you very much. How much is the square footage of this building? I can't read it on my paper. Do you have square footage down there, bottom right?
I can't see that, Kadeem. We're at 32 by, so 24, I think, 32 by 24.
Yeah, 24 by 32. Okay, so let me start with the people that I've got, and we will start with Stephen Welch.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think my only concerns about this are maybe to lose a little bit of the height at the top plate and 6 inches a foot, and to get a better sense of what the details of the doors will be. I believe I understand that there'll be a vertical board, which I think is appropriate. I don't think anything else really would be. And that would be the service doors. So one on each gable and two on the what's labeled front elevation. And then lastly, I think what would be appropriate, this type of a structure in the historic district would be, size if it's a barn versus a garage. Barns were typically large. So just to get that out of the way, would be that the trim details would be plank frame. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Johnny,
Yes.
What have you
Am I supposed to be on this?
No, he's
Yep.
not on this one.
oh, you're not
Sorry.
on, I'm sorry. I thought I was looking at the wrong one. Kara,
I, it's a nice, simple building, but I kind of feel like it's a little too simple because it is large. And I'm just wondering if we can bring the ridge down by maybe doing a broken back kind of roof plane. So it's not quite this simple, and bring down maybe one of the plate heights as well. That might reduce the ridge and also give it a little more character. That's not quite broken, but something like that form. I think the photo of the house, there was a old photo of a house in there that had, that sort of flavor. Obviously the porch would be part of the interior space, but something like that to reduce the height of the ridge and give it a little more character. And I agree with Stephen in terms of the doors and window trim being plank.
right.
That's it.
And I would like to see it come down a little bit if possible, or get smaller. It's 32 by 24, which is the size of some of the houses out there. I don't know if we could bring it down in height. It's just under 22 feet. So it should be able to come in if they're planning on keeping two cars in there, because it's 32 feet long and
32 feet wide, 24 deep.
24 deep, right? And 32 wide, right?
Exactly.
So you have enough room to get two cars in, one in each door. Seems to be plenty, but I would like to see it, and I agree with Stephen on the planked windows. I would perhaps like to see what what you're going to close it with. Is it just going to be handles? Are they going to swing out? Are they going to slide out?
They're
And how-
outswing doors. So hinged outswing doors.
Swing, and what about the windows up in the gable? How are they, or
They
that's the
would
look?
swing out as well. Swing out doors.
Okay. So, what does anybody think we should do? Do you want to ask him maybe through staff to reduce it as much as he can, or do you want to accept it as it is? Can I get a motion what somebody would like? Come on.
Well, I'd like to see the whole roof plane change, so I would need to see it.
Okay, well then perhaps we need a motion
Minor revisions.
with revisions. How does that run?
Can I get a clarification through you, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Carrie, when you say the roof change, are you saying using primarily the existing footprint, and maybe like one side becomes a shed and the other's a salt box, or I just want to make sure I understand, that's all.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking he can bring the ridge line down quite a lot, but add a little character to the roof by changing it either with a broken back or a shed at one end. I don't know. I just think it's a big sort of plain building in a neighborhood that's got a lot of character and lower sort of dwellings, not just barns, but yeah, it just seems like it's a little milquetoast in a really characterful neighborhood.
Okay. Yep. I just want to make sure I understood. Thanks.
Okay, well, Carrie's made a motion to hold for revisions. She's given a good idea what she has in mind. So Stephen, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'll vote for hold for revisions. I don't know that they need to be quite that strong, but I vote for yes.
Thank you. Johnny?
Nope, he's not on it, Diane.
Oh, I keep doing that, sorry.
I'll say aye.
All right, and I'll say aye also. So Pat, if you would give us some revisions, keeping in mind what's been mentioned to you, it would be good, okay?
Okay, just as a point of information, it's a timber frame building. And if we look back in history in Wisconsin, and then in that area, there are some buildings that were very barn-like and very simple for the old, the farm style houses that were out there. But we'll come back with some things to you just in short order.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
I know.
Thank you, Diane. So now we are on to, oh, by the way, for the record, Abby Camp has joined us. So we are now on to new business of August 31st. First item of which is 66 Pochick, Act Smart. And this would be, I believe, the regular board sitting on this. Tim, are you repping this?
Yep. Hello, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So
Hi.
let me start by saying that this property is an affordable housing property owned by Housing Nantucket, and that the energy produced by the solar system is going to be used directly to help offset the cost of the housing. So here are the supporting factors for this property. The house is a single-story ranch-style house. The house is set back 120 feet from the main road. Let me just pause there. Kadeem, I had sent you an updated set of papers this morning showing some elevation changes that Stephen had suggested.
Tim, I can look for those in my email and share, but we do, of course, we would recommend that you send those before the day of the meeting. Give me one
That's
moment,
okay.
Mr. Chair, and I will try to find those and share, unless Tim, you're able to share those, and then we can add those to the file later.
Sure, I can do that.
It would be easiest if Tim did a screen share.
I'll do a quick screen share right now.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to get a clarification because I believe we discussed this application. I had actually made a suggestion that the landscape row at the top, now shown at the top in the image you're looking at, the south elevation, would be relocated to the upper portion of the roof versus the bottom. I just, I don't know that we actually opened it or
Oh,
not,
the
but I do recall
landscape
stating that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
Can you guys see my screen? I'm showing that now.
Yes. Well, so if I understood Stephen correctly, the landscape formatted panels would be at the bottom. Was that what you said, Stephen?
Well, no, the point actually is that I believe I'm on this.
Oh, well, it's down as new business.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. I may be mistaken, but we did speak about this, and I believe I asked for a view and requested
Yeah,
a revision.
It's the last thing we had at the meeting on Thursday, and Steve did mention the format of the panels.
Okay, well, so we need a clarification because if it was on Thursday, I'm actually not sitting on this.
Right, and I'm
Is there-
actually might be chairing it, I think.
No, so the notes I have said that it was held.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just we could self-identify if we recall sitting on this.
Yeah,
I did.
that would be great.
So Abby chaired, I sat on it. Diane said she did.
Harry,
Terry was on it.
I'm just
I'm
asking.
sorry, Mr. Chair, I wanted to look at my staff copy, and it looks as though I did actually make a mistake, of course. One Norwood Street, that was to come back on 9/14. So perhaps that was held and 66 Potrick was opened. I unfortunately don't have the board there, but it clearly was a mistake now that I'm looking at my staff copy.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're getting closer to it. So Ann, Tim, as far as I understand, first of all, I'm not on it. Abby was chairing, Diane's on it, Stephen's on it. It sounded like maybe Carrie was on it.
Yep, and I
Is
was
anyone
muted
else on it?
on it.
John.
Maybe John.
I think
John-
John was on
John?
it.
Hmm?
Okay, Abby, could you,
Yeah. Yes,
can I turn it over to you?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Steve, do you want to continue with your thoughts on that design of the panels?
Yeah, and just for bookkeeping, I'd like to just make a quick motion that the agenda will be corrected at some point to reflect the members sitting.
Duly noted.
Okay. I don't know if we need a motion on that because we approved the agenda previously. But in any event, number one, I appreciate the changes. I think it's a big step in the right direction. I did take a view this afternoon, and I think that this is, although it's not directly exactly our guidelines, there are mitigating factors, a couple of which are, one, the distance from the street, two, the fact that it is a low slope roof that is primarily blocked by vegetation. And
Oh,
I think that those were the two primary ones, but I've got another one that I made a note on. I'll dig that up if I need to in a moment. So those are my comments.
Thanks, Stephen. Carrie?
I agree with Stephen. I do think the fact that this is a one-story building and the coverage looks a lot better right now. But as I said last time, that each property has its own circumstance, and I think this one has got enough coverage. As I recall, we did allow one on Pulpus Road that was closer to the road with scatty coverage, vegetation, and I think this one is okay.
Is John here today?
He's here.
Oh, hi, John. What do you think about the proposed?
What I think of what's proposed, it's not in the old historic area, and it's typical to have a black roof underneath of it or whatever. And I think it's suitable for approval.
Okay, Diane?
I think it can be approved. However, I want to just say our thoughts have been not to have on the front. And I understand it's a low building and I don't see what his new proposal is because it's not come up. All I have is the old. But remember what we do on this house, we will be forced to do on every other house. It may be individually thought of, but the rules are the rules. And we put this on the front with no more planting or anything else. The next guy that comes up is going to want to be approved. I just don't want to walk down a slippery slope.
Thanks, Diane. Could I just look at the site plan for 1 second?
And when you finish, Madam Chair, I did recall what my other comment was.
Okay, great.
I've stopped sharing so Kadeem can put up the site plan.
So I did not go out to view this. Stephen, are you saying that if you look down the driveway, you cannot see this?
It's limited. It's like a sliver in time if you were to
Oh,
go
I
by
see.
it.
Yeah. Well, that would have to have the perpetuity thing, because this isn't, this goes against our rules.
So you see, I mean, basically it's, Abby, just to clarify so if you look at the image in the upper right, what you can see is the upper portion, which due to the low slope of the roof, the black will actually typically on a sunny day be like a gray color. So and then the vegetation is only open at that height, the width of the driveway, which is where this is taken. Once you go before it or past it, it's mostly obscured, greatly obscured.
Gosh, wouldn't it be great if there was just one tree like right there after
Yeah.
that green grass?
Right.
And that none of what's there gets lower.
Right,
That's
right.
another
That could
thing.
be in
That
the
would be
motion,
bad.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
It's right in view. I don't know how you can say it's not view,
Well, I didn't say it's not viewed, Diane. You're putting words in my mouth.
not you.
Said we're looking right at the top of it.
Yeah. It's
So-
what I said is that it's viewable if you're looking down the driveway, it's viewable. Other than that, and it's the upper portion, other than that, it's not viewable. Can I actually make the other comment I wanted to make, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Thanks. So for me, one of the things that comes into play here is I do think that it's not, everything we do at the HDC is on a case by case basis. Otherwise, John would be in heaven because every door would be 6-panel. There would only be 8-foot deep decks on the second floor, and every dormer would have meeting rails that align with the eave. So, I do understand, and I don't disagree with Diane's comment that we don't want to be cast into a position where people think we're just going to approve something on the front of a home. So, and this is the spirit of my comment, which is that this is not like, for instance, a home on the historic horizon of Eel Point Road, where you can see the rooftop in the distance from, hundreds of yards away. This is a structure that is also in a rural area, but it is obscured primarily by vegetation on, I would say, 320 degrees of the viewing circumference, and the vast majority from the public way. So I just think it's important to have that on the record, because I don't want people to think that, oh yes, we can put them on the front of a home, and there's no basis for the HDC to say no, because frankly, there's quite a bit of a basis. And I think without repeating myself, those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John,
I have a comment.
go for it.
I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, we're going to have a proliferation of this stuff, the modern stuff coming, technology, and we better be prepared for it. Now, this one here, I find this one here is suitable, although it's visible from the top. It's solar. It's not in the old historic district, and that's what bothers me. I don't mind it in some of these places like this tucked away. So in that case, I'm going to be that way in the future. I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted.
So are you going to add anything about, we got to do the vegetation and maybe throw in a tree just to obscure that solid visual from Pocheck? Are you going to add anything to that motion about the vegetation or anything, John?
I find it is suitable the way it is. As you say, it's outside the
Right,
old historic.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Let's see if it passes. Stephen, are you in favor of John's motion? Oops.
Yeah, I would prefer that we would ask the applicant if they can offer up in the scrub area, a small young tree that will grow to fill in, that would be, out towards the road more, and therefore it wouldn't be something in the yard that would affect the solar. So I would say no.
Right.
Until we could ask them that question.
Yeah, and Carrie,
Yeah, I agree with Stephen. I just worry that if the vegetation goes away somehow, it is, you know, it's mitigated, but I would like that as well.
and Diane?
No, for the same reason.
No, okay, that motion does not pass. Could I
I'd
hear,
like to make a motion, Madam Chair.
thank you.
I'd like to ask the applicants, however, though, if, basically we're looking at a $200 tree in the area, yeah, just a little further into the brush off the road, somewhere a little to the left of that. It doesn't have to be a 12-foot tall tree. And that's what I'm thinking. And I'm hopeful that you guys will go along with it. And maybe I'll get a head shake from Ann.
And the rest of the.
Oh, I got a smile. Okay, so I'm going to put a motion in that the applicants will plant a deciduous tree somewhere in the general area of the driveway to obscure eventually the visibility of the upper portion, and otherwise approved as submitted.
And then the vegetation that's
All
there.
of the existing vegetation along the street to remain.
Yeah, okay, let's try that motion. Carrie
Aye.
Yes.
and Diane.
What about in perpetuity, Stephen? Is that?
Yeah,
would that be-
Yeah, so the existing vegetation along the street to remain at time of inspection or thereafter.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay,
Diane, are
aye.
you in favor? Yeah, aye. John, are you in favor of Stephen's added motion? John, are you in favor of the motion? John,
Yes, I'm right here, I'm listening.
are you in favor of Stephen's motion?
The motion is to, right,
To
okay, the
approve.
motion is to approve with vegetation.
Yes,
Yes,
it's amazing how just one tree can sort of obscure that straight shot. And I'm in favor too, so that motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You. So Tim,
Yes.
the
I'm here.
next application, 14A Lowell,
Yes.
is
This
new, right?
Yep, it is new. Yes, it's not been talked about before.
Very good. Okay. So Val has stepped away for a moment, which means that I'm going to pull Carrie into this one if she mind.
Yep.
All right. So let's go.
Okay, so we have a house. This is the last house on Lowell Place that is a dead-end street. This property will be a 1.5-story structure. The front of the house faces east, and the majority of the panels will be placed on the south and north low-pitched dormers that face away from Lowell Place. And 6 panels will be placed at the rear of the house. You can see in the left there, rear of the house, tucked behind the main house structure.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I do have
Very
some
good.
comments from HSAB and
Go
myself.
ahead, Holly. Yes.
Okay, so as you all remember, this is the 1940s bungalow that was approved to be altered recently this year. And based on the proposal, it's hard to accurately discern the visibility with the photos of the house on cribbing, but it seems that the south elevation will be seen from Lowell Place and possibly Barnabas. HSAB took a look at this on August 30th. It seems very likely that all southern facing panels will be visible from Lowell Place. The northern facing panel will probably not be visible and are okay. And a recommendation to keep the panels low profile above the roof plane. And those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. When you said low profile above the roof plane, what does that mean?
That was an HSAB comment. I wasn't privy to their discussion, unfortunately.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, I assume they mean, this
Uh,
has come up before, that means that when we mount the panels, we keep them tight to the roof. So they don't sit up.
Well, yeah, isn't that magic number something that's like not, it's not negotiable. It's like 4 inches, right? I mean, that's what the dimension of the panels is.
The panels are about an inch, but then there's a rail that goes underneath. So
Right,
it
and all told,
4 inches is the magic
4
number.
inches,
You're
right?
correct. Yeah, 4 inches
Yeah.
is in these instances, that is what we do a low profile rail and we keep it snug to the roof. Because you're going to see
Okay.
the visibility is more of a profile as opposed to a front on, and so we keep it flush and tight to the roof.
Understood. Yeah, okay.
Similar to how we
Um,
did the same thing we did at 132 Main Street, if anyone remembers that.
I do actually. Yep, not far from here. Okay, thanks, Tim. I will turn it over to the board. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Diane? Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I would like to see why there's so much space in the dormer roofs on the south elevation. If more was combined, we wouldn't have to have them so close to the up front to Lowell Place, and they would be less visible, because I think, from having spent some time at Lowell Place recently, that the top of this, with the height that it is going to be seen. And I know it's on the side, but I would like to make them as invisible as possible. And the north elevation, I don't know whether it's visible from Barnabas Lane. It doesn't look like it is from the site plan, but the south is visible on Lowell Place, I think. I don't, so I think it's just to consider whether they can be more and not sort of individually plunked on every roof.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let's see. Abby, are you ready?
Yeah, it's a little too checkered for me in the historic district, and I don't quite understand why they're not grouped together. For instance, all on the back, I'm just talking about the south elevation. Why couldn't that back L, that secondary massing, all be solar panels? My other question is, what is the color of the roof and what is the material? What are the roof tiles?
The application,
Tim?
Mr. Chair, says red cedar.
Yeah, I believe they're going to be wooden.
Okay, so that's another strike against this application for me. Historic district.
Can I say something? Can I say something, Abby?
Yeah.
I'm gonna interrupt. This has not yet been built. And so, Tim, I don't need to tell you about the black shingle thing. And I know Mark wants to do a nice job and all that, but I think, having the black roof, given that you're going to need to be replacing that roof anyway to put the dormers in, might be something worth considering. Sorry, just throwing that in. Abby, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, so just my immediate reaction is how checkered it appears. And it get it all on one roof plane, but don't dot it. I mean, I've seen some things we've passed as I drive around, and the more condensed they are, the less they'll be seen. It just, and especially with a wood roof, it's going to draw attention to that, that light wood to the black panel. So I'm not sure what I think about the north elevation, but I'd like to see it more condensed. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Abby. Carrie.
I agree with Abby. I also think this will be visible. I remember the Main Street one too, but that house is quite up above grade of Main Street. So They're very minimally visible. I mean, literally you can see the edge and you don't know what it is. But because this thing hasn't been built, I don't know why. I think it should be built and then we should look at it again. That on the north elevation, the little mass coming out, isn't that west and east? That's a very flat roof and one of those is going to be facing into the backyard. I would think that would be a good place rather than the south elevation dormers, simply because I think those dormers, truly the way the road bends, and then I think there's an alleyway before this building that will be open to maybe access. Can we look at the site plan again? Because there's a gap right there at the bottom of the plan. There's a gap. I think that's a driveway. So that's an opening that I think those will be visible. And
Okay.
it can be mitigated a lot better than those dormer ones are.
Okay. Thanks, Carrie. John?
After all this chitter chatter, nothing got accomplished with that.
Well,
All right.
it sounds like we're going for revisions, but I want to hear what you have to say on this, John.
All right, I'll make a comment. I
Yeah,
think that
please.
it's possibly visible from New Lane on the north side. I am not objectionable to some of it in the old HTC, long as it's hidden. Now, this might not be hidden. I've been up there and you can see the back of the house. Well, I have no objection to, if we're going to stick to our rules and regulations, we don't have any. If we're going to stick to what we think, we should just go ahead and say, if it's in the old HTC, no solar that's visible. That solves the problem right there. That's all I'm saying. You do what you want. You got your own mind, so go ahead.
Okay, John, thank you. So Tim, you've heard comments about the probability that these panels, at least on the south side, will be visible. I also think you might want to talk to Mark about maybe changing the roof material and color. I think that would go a long way, at least for me. So I think we need to motion for revisions on this one, folks. Can somebody give that to me?
I'll make a
Mr. Chair,
motion
can I
for
just jump in with a comment?
Excuse
What's
me.
that? What's that, Tim?
So,
What, Tim?
so I
Hurry.
did, I anticipated the comments, and I did speak to Mark. We would be willing to take out the south dormers, and I think it might have been Carrie had suggested putting on the northwest section, that little bump out on the other side. That would be so on that little bump out. We'd lose a couple of panels, but we take the panels off of the two south facing dormers.
Okay, what about the roof
Yeah.
material?
Yeah. So I need to check with Mark. Yeah.
So why don't
Okay.
I make a motion to hope for revisions and then you can.
I was making a motion.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Diane was going to make that motion.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
The other thing I
Diane's
just-
motion is to hold it.
I just wanted to ask Ray before we think. In his
Yeah.
drawing, he's got different shapes of the solar panels. Are they different shapes or are they all the same shape? and
Okay.
it's-
They're all the same shape, Diane.
Yeah,
But because they're on different pitched roofs, so they look different, even though they're all actually the same size. They look different because you're looking at them at an angle. That's
Right.
why they look that way.
one of the dormers just look longer, wider, whatever you want to call it, than the square ones on the far left. So I was just
It's
wondering.
because, yeah, the ones on the dormers are sitting on a shallower roof pitch, so they look flatter than the ones that are on the steeper roof pitch, which is that the back gable. That's the reason for that. But did you want to make a motion to hold
Yes,
for
I'll
revisions,
Make a
Diane?
motion Hold for revisions.
Very good. Thank you. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Yes, aye.
thank you, John. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor too, so that's good. Thank you, Tim. We'll
Thank
see you
you,
next
everybody.
time. Okay,
Good night.
next up, yeah, good night. 10 and 12 Mass Ave Shed, Structures Unlimited. Who's repping Structures Unlimited?
It should be Nancy, Mr. Chair, but I'm not seeing her in the lineup currently. She was in the office
Nancy,
just this morning as she was dropping off new photos for the application, and I know she intended on being here, but like I said, I'm not seeing her.
All right, I'm going to quickly scan, but I think we need a motion to hold for representation on this.
I motion hold for representation.
Yeah, she's not here. Okay, so Diane has made a motion to hold for rep. Val, you're back. So on that
I am.
motion,
Aye.
thank you. Yeah, thanks. John,
Aye.
thank you, John. Abby
Aye.
and Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, next up, let's make sure, do we have somebody to represent 8 Lewis Court?
Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing anyone here for 8. Oh, actually,
Hello?
Rashko, if someone is here.
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Yeah,
Good evening,
okay,
Mr.
good.
Chair and the board.
Okay, so you got the full board right now, Val, Diane, John, Abby, and myself. So looks like you're looking for a pool at 8
Yes,
Lewis
a
Court.
pool, yeah, the application is for a pool and hardscape, which the pool is 12 and a half wide by 26, and would like to put it in between, in the backyard, essentially, between the existing cottage and the main house, closer to the Lewis Court. And the hardscaping part of it is the bluestone patio, as you see it around the pool area, and the driveway from entering from Lewis Court.
Okay. Holly, if you're in control of the screen, could you zoom in on the locust plan? I want to get a better sense of how this sits in relation to the neighbors. If you,
It's between properties.
Yeah, it's right in the middle. It's right in the middle of the property, basically.
I see. So it's at the end of Lewis.
Yeah.
There's that building blocking visibility, it would seem, from Fairgrounds.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all looks good to me. Thank you. Yeah, Val, you'll actually be able to give us some insights on this one. Guess that's it, right? That's all you have to say?
Yeah, the only thing I would probably add is from my neighbor at number 6 Lewis. It separates us with the grown privet that's there and about 35 feet to the pool area. And from my neighbor at 10 Lewis, we already have the tree that separates the two properties, driveway, and we're planning on planting another row of vegetation right next to the pool.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Who wants to start on this one?
I'll do it.
Great, thank you, John.
Mr. Chairman, are you taking comments from the public?
The public being you,
Yep.
go ahead.
I'd just like to say that this is, I think, a great improvement to the neighborhood, and I wouldn't believe visibility would ever be a concern. Thank you.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, Stephen. John, you were about to say something?
I'm going to give an opinion to this, yeah, where it's going is,
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
Or, I don't find any objection to that. It's not in any old historic area. And where it is now located, it's well screened. It's well screened from according to the copy here. So I have no objection to that. The pool will be screened and the new addition will be there. That blocks the pool. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, John. Val,
I have just been over here, so I agree. From a public stance, it won't be seen, and I think with our caveat, we're fine.
sounds good to me. Thank you. Diane,
What's he going to have for a pool cover?
Outer pool cover.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Diane?
No, I just make sure that vegetation
Hmm.
between the pool or around the driveway, which is a fairly wide driveway going down on those courts should be good.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
Abby,
Yeah, I'd like to, you said you were going to double up the planting alongside the driveway, between the driveway and the pool.
That's right.
That's right. So, I mean, just as a graphic, it looks like those trees are, I would stagger them so
Yeah.
that, and I hope they're not arborvitae. I hope they're a sort of some kind of evergreen that doesn't.
Yes,
shed
we were
its leaves.
thinking, we were definitely thinking 2 rows with stagger and using American, just evergreen, American, what's the name for it?
Cedar?
Yes,
Cedar, that I think that would work.
yeah,
And I hope you have enough room there to double those up, and then I'd be in favor.
yeah, and plus the driveway leads to our back cottage, which we
Right.
would want it to be thick as possible there.
Right, but yeah, I mean, no one knows who's going to own these properties in the near future. So we just want to cover ourselves and make sure that what you're doing to keep that pool out of sight is going to be in perpetuity. So I would
Right, I
like
agree,
that to
of
be
course.
part of a motion.
okay. And to that point, Abby, Val has said that we would append the stipulation, our pool stipulation to our approval. So would somebody care to make a motion on this one that includes that?
I will. I make
I'll
a
make
mo-
Thank you. Oh, hang on, John. Val was about to make a motion.
Okay, no problem.
motion to
Thank you.
approve with the caveat, can't be seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Like it.
And
Thank
then-
you.
And
Val's
doubling
made a
up on the
motion.
tree.
But Abby, I think it's covered with the
It's
screening,
covered.
and they're
Yeah.
gonna regret planting trees that get that big because they're only 4 feet right there from the driveway, but that's on them.
Right. So thanks for the motion, Val. On the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Abby.
Sorry, was this the only thing on this application, the pool?
And the hardscape.
Yeah, and the hard,
Yeah, okay, so
you
I
know,
just-
the terrace around it.
isn't there, what is this thing to the right of the pool that's all, what's that, is that fencing or? what
Oh,
is
that little blob, that's an outdoor shower. ODS means outdoor shower.
No, no,
So
I'm
yeah, that is,
thinking-
part-
Oh, this is where the pool equipment would be.
No, I'm just looking at the 4-foot type 2 picket fence with a gate, and I'm just wondering what the hardscaping is. What is the material of the
We
driveway?
already have a motion, though.
Yeah, okay, well, I just, and
It's a-
I don't know this area, so I'm just trying to be
The existing driveway is gravel pea-stone.
Okay,
She's
Gotta be a huge
actually asking
improvement.
about what, yeah, and the terrace is made out of bluestone patio.
Correct.
okay, thank you.
So, well, so Abby, we do have a motion, and I was asking what your vote would be on that
Yes,
motion.
I'm a yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's yes.
Yes.
And Val on your motion?
Aye.
Val? Yeah,
Aye.
okay. And I'm in favor of that motion. Yeah,
Okay.
I
I
gotcha.
vote?
So
want
that
me
motion,
Do you want me to vote, Ray?
oh, I thought I got you, Diane. I thought you were the first person.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
sorry.
Diane, you voted.
I voted.
Yeah,
You did.
yeah.
Okay.
Zoom works so great, doesn't it?
I would
Yeah.
never forget you, Diane, never.
Aye.
So the
Well, I
motion
hope
carried
not.
unanimously.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. And I mean that, Diane. Okay, so next up, 72 Orange Street, Chip Webster.
Good
And-
evening, everyone. Hold on, there we go.
Hi. You have your regular board. Okay,
Okay. Good evening,
All
Chip
right.
Webster here on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for some renovations at 72 Orange Street. Why don't we
Okay.
start with the west elevation, which is the street side. The only proposal there is to change the windows with like kind windows that are better performing. The south elevation is the elevation looking down, that faces the driveway. The driveway comes in about as far as the main mass, and then there's a yard and so forth after that. I think the proposed revisions are pretty self-explanatory. There's a porch and some fenestration and door revisions. There are no proposed changes to the footprint of the house other than that porch. There's also proposed a dormer on the rear of the house at the third floor. Okay, we can continue.
okay.
Here on the, let's look at the north side. That is along the side of the house. There's another house adjacent to it pretty close. So there'll be limited visibility there. And then the east elevation is the rear of the house, which would not be visible. And again, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The primary proposed revisions are the third floor dormer and this first floor porch element that wraps around the existing rear L of the house. So there we have. So I turn it over to the board for comments.
Well, actually, all right. So obviously this is going to, Holly is going to tell us a
Yeah.
little bit about this. Did you attend the HSAB meeting, or was there one?
If there was one, I missed it. So I don't know. Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there was an HSAB meeting. I also gonna use this as an example, sorry, Chip, but this is at a 1820s typical Nantucket. No historic information was included in the
Right.
application, nor included on the application, and I'm gonna drive that point
Very
home
disappointing.
as many chances I get. So public, please take note.
Mhm.
With that said, again, this
Yeah.
is a typical
Thank you.
Nantucket. And wanted to know what is the age of the rear L that's being proposed to be altered. So this L, I think that's important when you take that into consideration, as well as the age of the windows. I didn't see a window survey included. That should be indicated, especially with the changes to the facade, those windows specifically, and any of the windows that are in the main block of the typical Nantucket. The rear shed dormer is inappropriate and not appropriate for views on the north and south gable ends. But thank you for proposing changes at the rear of the structure and not the facade. HSAB, they have a plethora of comments, so bear with me here. What is the age of the building and the rear wing? Sandbore maps should be provided. No existing window survey information has been provided. All existing windows should remain unless documentation is provided showing these windows to be of new construction. The east-facing dormer should be set back 1 foot off the eave, and the roof pitch should be 412 minimum. Some attempt should be made to locate the existing timber rafters and design the dimensions of the dormer to avoid cutting and removing original timber frame. I agree with that one, 100%. Existing south elevation windows in the main mass should remain in place and not be removed or mulled. On the north elevation, it's fully visible from Dover Street. Existing large windows in main mass should remain. New windows in rear wing should be larger and more in scale with the original windows. The rear chimney should remain. Window schedule states fiberglass SDLs, which are not appropriate. Would like to see
Whoa.
existing floor plan, and would also, should the commission request revisions on this application, which I would assume you would, HSAB respectfully requests this back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Listen, I think, folks, in the interest of time, because I
Hold
do have to
for
leave at
proper
around 6.
information.
Yeah, we need all the historical information. We need information on the windows, all of that stuff that HSAB just said. And I don't think it would be prudent of us to even spend time reviewing this until we have that information in hand. So Val, did you make a motion to hold
Right.
for documentation?
And for
Yeah.
a completed application and requested materials, yeah.
Window survey, et cetera.
And some
Yes.
history and all that stuff, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So I certainly appreciate that and we'll do that. But I do think also that we might make some revisions based on the HSAB comments as well as providing that additional documentation.
All right, well, if you feel like doing that, that's great, but we really need to know about this building.
Yeah.
So Val has made a motion to hold for more information. I'm going to generalize that. On that motion, Diane.
Ray, point of
Aye.
order.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Yes, John, yes.
I'm trying to make a point
Yes.
of order. I haven't spoken.
I know. I'm
I said
recognizing.
hold for information.
I know that, but I have a right to speak on it. Others spoke on it.
No, we had
I just
nobody.
want my rights.
John,
Oh.
we seriously need to get more information on this. So that's what we're going to do is hold and get historical information on this. So hopefully you'd be in favor of that motion. Is that okay, John?
Whatever you want, Mr. Chairman, I'll go with it.
Well, I mean, actually, in this case, it is what I want, but I think that it's important on an old building like this that we know more about the building before we talk about additions and so forth. So let's get some more information, okay, John?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to consider that an aye. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you all, and I'm in favor too. Thanks, Chip. We'll see you
Thank you,
later.
everyone.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
now we're on to 142 Surfside Road.
I'll sit off, Mr. Chair, if an alternate wants to take one.
Sure, Val, if you want to do that. And by the way, I didn't mention this, but I believe Jesse is with us now. Jesse, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here for all business, but yeah, I'm happy to jump in. I just gotta help with the kids a little bit, but I'll let you know if I'm checking out.
So do you want to sit on this or would you prefer not to?
I can sit on it. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it's actually 4 applications at 142 Surfside Road. So if you're okay with that, you would take Val's place for the moment. All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so let's hear what you have to say about this, Mr. Lampy.
So this property was subdivided. So the lot I'm going to be developing is the one at the corner of Surfside and Pochick. I put some pictures. All that exists there right now is pretty just heavy vegetation, trees, brush. Where the truck is, there is a little dirt driveway that exists that just goes into the center of the property. The previous owner just had a little area cleared out that he had a tent. And then this is from the side of Surfside. If you look at the site plan here, so there's a main house that I'm proposing to build, a garage, a pool, and a small pool cabana. Everything's kind of oriented towards Pocheck. That little dirt driveway I was going to keep for the new driveway. So you'll enter the property off Pocheck. And I'm trying to keep it as private as I can. I'm keeping as much of the vegetation as I can because it is on a fairly busy road and I want to keep it private. So I got about 70 feet of vegetation between Surfside and the right side of the house. And I got about 40 feet from Pocheck to the beginning of the driveway parking area. And do you want to start with the main house?
That's what we have first on the list. So yes, we'll take that one first.
So,
obviously.
if you go down. So this is the front that would be facing Pocheck, the north elevation. So this would be the area exposed to Pocheck, and the west elevation would be exposed to Surfside. I don't know how much of it would be. It is, like I said, there's a lot of trees and brush between the two. But yeah, what do you think?
How tall is it?
I kept it a little bit lower than north. It's 26 feet from grade to the top of the ridge.
Okay.
So the second floor,
Well,
it's all 5 foot.
The side ridges or the side ridges or the middle ridge?
The tallest ridge, the two gables in the front, that's 26 feet.
Okay. 26. And what is your colors? What's the trim?
So it's all white trim. It's a wood red cedar roof and obviously white cedar shingle siding.
Right.
I got a couple, I don't know if I wrote it there, type 2 picket fences around the window wells, and there's a walk up on the right.
Okay. Well, that's visible on these elevations, so I think that's clear to us. All right. So let's see. This is regular board ex-val, including Jesse Dutra. Who would like to begin the discussion on this?
Well, I'll begin if.
That would be great, Diane. Thank you.
Okay.
See, I remembered you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Grouchy old lady. I would like to see it broken up a little bit because that part of Pochick and Surfside didn't used to have such sort of big buildings. I think the Surfside group used to have the height at about 25 feet, but I would like to see it broken up a little bit. I can't see it. Do you have a site plan of it so I can see what there? And that back wing there
That's lower.
That's lower. Okay.
Yep.
Well, it will probably come in. I think there will be setbacks, so probably you will not see actually the facade that looks out towards the water. I don't think that you will. I just I don't know how you could make it look a little, I don't know, a little homelier. But you have shutters. What color were you going to have the shutters?
Yeah.
White.
Everything white?
Yeah, I was gonna keep it all
Very
white. Is it too white? Should I make them blue?
I'd like,
Well, let's talk more about that.
Okay.
yeah, I'd like to have another color on the shutters. And perhaps it doesn't need to be quite so formal. I think the north elevation has got to be the front elevation, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think of this particular area as being quite so formal. And I don't mind the shutters because shutters aren't necessarily so formal, but I'd like to see the front entrance reduced a little bit, maybe with no side lights and or not the double columns on the front, something just to fit it in and not look like it belongs out on Nantucket because it's not there. And can I see another elevation? The only one I've got here is the north. The south elevation, I don't know. Johnny can give you more on the amount of fenestration. Is that going to be seen from anywhere, or is that pretty well cut off?
I don't think you're gonna see much of that. It's mostly the west elevation from Surfside.
That you're going to see.
Yeah, you might
Yeah.
catch maybe a glimpse of the roof, but I can't. I've driven by and walked by, and there's a lot of tree. There's 70 feet of vegetation between the road.
Between two, right. I think I would like to see the windows set up on the west elevation. Reduce that number of 5 windows right across the front there. Either, I think you could get away with 3 windows. I think 5 is a lot. And are you going to see that entrance down, or did you just show that so we knew that there was going to be a garage? Is that going to be visible?
The garage.
No, the west side basement.
Oh, you won't see any of that from the road. That's for sure.
You won't.
No,
Okay.
I don't think you'll see really anything on the first floor. It'll mostly be, if you see anything, it'll be up top.
Right. Well, the up top seems to be simple, and I don't have a major problem with that. So,
And then you'll never see the east side.
One
okay.
sec. Yeah. What were you going to say, Diane?
No, I was just going to say I didn't understand the dormer with the flat on the top. On those dormers up in the roof, those right there. I hadn't noticed those before. I didn't. Usually they're not so flat. I guess if they're shed dormers.
Well, okay, so that's actually the line weight. They actually go up the way the dormers ordinarily go up, but because the roof shingles are rendered so strongly, you can barely see the
Oh,
lines.
I see the line.
for the
Yeah, I do. I
That's
see
my
the line
fault.
now.
I just noticing that too.
So
So,
anyway, it's interesting. I think that with a little softening, I guess is the best word, it would be good. And the only thing I might otherwise suggest is if you could have both sides of the north elevation exactly the same. It just seems a little formal for the area. That's all. Thank you.
okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I think I agree with Diane about its formality, but it's such a nice design, and I like the way it sits on the lot. It's surrounded by vegetation I like the whole idea that the pool is encompassed into the middle, and this looks like it's not going to be seen. I think it's sensitively done, and I think I don't really care if it's formal or not. The only thing I might say, just design wise, is the two dormers over the front. I would rather see those three in a row. You have three in a row on the side, and I think that the two right over the door attract a lot of attention, and I think some maybe they're even a decorative element, architectural decorative window of some sort. But no, I like the design. I like the layout. So I think you did a good job. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Jesse, how about you?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a simple, nice design. I do get worried about proposing a building that where the lot hasn't been cleared yet. But so I'm taking all that into consideration, that it'd be nice to see what it would look like after being cleared, for visibility purposes. But I agree with Abby on the front dormers on the north elevation. That those center dormers, they something else there, like a third gable dormer or something like that may be more attractive. But overall, nice design and layout.
Okay, I have one thing that I did clear out a bit of the site if you guys wanted to take a peek in there.
Let's see how that goes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jesse. Let's see, John, we're ready for you now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you take it up 3 notches, please?
Sure can.
On all of the applications, when we get to them, I have to do this every week and I can't read them. Thank you. My only comment is on the north elevation is the front door. That front door should be more wood than glass. So I would recommend use those 2 tall panels and put glass above them, and it'd be more appropriate for this style in the neighborhood is what's out there. And the 1.5-story house being proposed fits right into the rest of the other houses out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I think it's an attractive house. You did a good job. It is formal, but I don't think it's any more formal than some of the stuff that's on the other side of the street. I would prefer to have the shutters, something other than white, because the shutters, given the number of shutters that you have on this house, that would be a tremendous amount of white. So I'd be in favor of something like basically anything but white. Oh, anything but white or black. So gray, blue, green, probably not red. But I think something other than white would mean that it was less visible through the scrub oak and all that. And to John's point, we're talking about the formality of the front and the amount of glass. If you could just change the door to like a 6-panel door, then the side lights would be more appropriate, because ordinarily it's a choice between glass in the door with no side lights or side lights and an opaque door. So if you want to keep the side lights, I think the door should go to wood.
Okay.
So those are my comments. Would somebody care to make a motion on this for us?
Mr. Chair.
I wanted to point one other thing out. Sorry, Abby, and I'll get right to you. Credit where credit is due. I believe you said that the ridges were at 26 feet. So that I think is good. Keeping it a little bit lower is a big plus in my book. So Abby, you were about to say something. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I have a thought and then I have a question. Number one is, can we see the front door from the street, or does it really matter? If we could go back to the site plan, I just want to look down the driveway.
That's a question for Dean. Yeah, well,
I don't know what it will look like in the winter when the vegetation dies out, but there's like 40 feet between Pocheck and the little parking area in front of the driveway. And you
Yeah,
won't
but
see
well,
it. You can't, I don't
right.
think you can see it from like the apron.
Okay. I just, when we get to the landscaping, we will probably do something about not seeing this house. The other question I have for the rest of the board is, I'm not really sure white shutters are on shingles that go gray are less demanding to the eye than green or blue. I don't even know. I'm just posing the question because white actually might be, unless it's just like a lot of white. I don't know. I just wonder about that. So
Maybe a light gray. What do you think of a light gray?
yeah, light gray would definitely be quieter than, I mean, I'm thinking blue, like if you had a robin's egg blue or a chrome
No,
green.
Abby, I actually meant when I said blue, I meant that really light blue. I think it's called Hamilton blue.
Yeah.
It's really very light, but gray is a safe solution.
Yeah.
In my book.
That platinum gray.
Could I do the blue? If
Pretty
I
gray.
prefer that one. Hamilton blue.
Hamilton blue is
Camel or
sort of a light, sort of pastel-y blue.
Yeah. Or that
Anyway,
platinum gray that. Okay, those were my thoughts. Thanks.
Hey, so Dean,
Yep.
on the color thing. Dean,
Yep. I'm here.
there. It sounds like we could motion with this as platinum shutters, right? Platinum gray.
Yeah.
And once you get it framed up, if you really want to do blue, come back and we'll, sort of reassess the visibility and all that stuff. And you could also provide us with a paint chip so we would know exactly which blue it was. Okay.
Sounds good.
Could somebody make a motion on this one?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve with platinum gray shutters. Anything you want to add to that?
Well, for John's benefit and mine, could you have the front door be a 6-panel door?
Yep. No problem.
Begrudgingly, yes.
Again, we can come back. If it's determined not to be visible from Pochick, we'll obviously listen to that once the house is framed. So if you really want this door, you can always come back. So you're okay with that as part of your motion, Abby?
Yeah, begrudgingly with the front door. I think the front door is
I
fine. And we're not
know.
going to see it from the road.
I know.
All
but,
right.
hey. All right. Thank you, Abby. Thanks for being so flexible. Abby's made a motion to approve this through staff, having the shutter color be platinum gray and the front door being an opaque 6-panel door, no glass. That is a motion. So on that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse? I heard
Aye.
something. I don't know. Oh, there we go.
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse. And Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Let's quickly turn our attention for a moment to the garage. Same board. And then folks, oh yeah, I do need to leave after we've covered these applications. I'm headed out to dinner. So. Yeah, could you? All right. Lisa's gonna order me a martini, so it's ready for me. They're all
Making me
muted.
thirsty.
Either that or they can't hear. I know. I'll get you one too, Abby. Okay, so here's the garage. And let's see, Dean, the garage doors, if I recall correctly, face into the property like that. So the let's see, if that's east, then the north elevation is what faces Pochik, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So north elevation faces Pochik. That means that the west elevation is facing Surfside Road. There's
Yep.
that. And south faces directly back into the site and east faces the driveway. So comments on this one, folks?
Yeah, the visibility, I don't mind the elevation that's on Surfside Road. So I guess it's the east elevation that sort of looks into itself. I wonder if the only thing I find strange is that dormer window and the like you've got that shed porch and the garage doesn't come down to meet it in a broke back roof. I don't understand that.
Oh,
That extra bit of
the wall space there?
yeah, right there. It's just sort of,
Okay. So let's go, if that's the east elevation. So if we go to the south elevation for a moment. Okay. So do you understand what Abby's comment is, Dean?
Yeah, the foot area
Like a
of
little
siding.
bit. So it's either you drop the pitch of the porch roof so that you get more space, or you do away with it, and then you'd have to have more of a broken back. But I think that would require you probably to hike the eave up of the porch roof or drop the eave of the gable roof.
So
But
do you
continue,
want
Abby.
any-
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
well, that's so, it's so minor because not only that, but this is around a corner. So I doubt anybody's going to see this. So let's hear what other people have to say.
Okay. Diane.
Dean, how tall is the building? 23 feet? Okay, that's very good. Thank you. Is there some reason, I'm sure she asked that, but I was discussing business with my grandsons. The on the north elevation, those two windows up there on the dormer, they need to be there, not sort of moved over a little bit so they were in between the two bottom windows.
It would affect the floor plan, but if you really wanted me to change it, I could rework it.
How much do you think we're going to see of any of these elevations?
I don't think you're going to see a whole lot at 23 feet. But like you said before, if you wanted to revisit it when it's framed, or, I guess it would, if I'm framing it, it's already done, but it's really hard to see in there right now.
Yeah. Well, I know the property, but I've never seen a house in there. So, and it's been some time since I was.
Yeah.
driving
I don't know if you
there.
want to take a quick peek at the pictures again, because I did take some photos of what exists there. So
Right.
so you see my truck at the left?
Yep.
That's the driveway, and then everything in front, that would be more towards the right of the picture would be where the garage is, somewhere in there.
In behind those clump of
Yeah.
trees, really.
So I don't know if you're going to see a whole lot. They're pretty, the trees are, you're up about 20 feet on most of the trees.
Right. Well, I hope you can save them.
Oh, I want to keep as much as I can. I want to make sure it's private.
Right. And it's a pretty piece of land. So,
yeah, it's noisy on Surfside, so I'm trying to keep as much as I can to
but it's
okay.
prevent the
So
noise.
anyway, I would go along with seeing the garage more when you get it framed in. I
Okay,
don't have any major problems with it. I would like to see those windows moved over. They make me lean to the left.
yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Diane. Let's see, John,
Yes, sir. Thank you. My
you're welcome.
comment is that the two doors on the east elevation are similar because they have glass on top and panel on the bottom. What is the height of this? 8 foot?
23 and a half feet.
22 and a half feet, yeah. It's fine, thank you. No comment.
Okay, John, thank you. Jesse?
Excuse me. I mean, I really don't think you're going to see much of any of this, especially on the first floor. And the minor concerns. I agree with the board, but I think this is approvable.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. I actually concur. There are things that I think if this were more visible, I would take shots at, like the little dormer over the door, that horizontally formatted thing. But I mean, seriously, unless you drive in the driveway to the front of the house, you're not going to see that. It's behind the gable where the garage doors are, so that doesn't trouble me. I think this is approval as is, so I don't mind it. Would somebody care to make some
I'll
kind
make
of
a
a
motion.
motion on this?
I will. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, as submitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Abby. On Abby's motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. John? John, you there? I'll come back to John. Jesse?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
And John, do we have you?
Mr. Chair, he is connected and his video is showing, but I don't see him there.
And he's not muted.
He is not muted.
Okay, just in the interest of time again, because I do want to get through these 4 applications before I depart. I am in favor, so that motion does carry 4 in favor, correct? Yes. Did I ask you, Abby? Yeah, Abby, did I get you on your motion?
Yes, you did. Yes.
Okay, so Abby's in favor, so that's 4 in favor. Motion carries. How about let's take a look at the cabana? And we do believe that John's still on.
Mr. Chair, we do
All
believe that
right.
he's still on, but just no John.
Yeah, no sound. Okay. Just to be safe, I'm going to pull somebody else in on this, and I would hate to do that to John, but we can't hear him right now. So let's see, Stephen, you want to just sit in on this one and the pool if we don't get John back?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so there it is. That's our cabana. Does anybody want to see any site plan or anything on this? Almost.
There it is.
There it is. Yep. Okay.
I'll
So
go.
west is facing Surfside Road. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Stephen.
No concerns.
Like it. Thank you, Jesse.
I like it.
Okay. Thanks. Diane.
I do too. It's perfectly
All right.
great.
It's something that we can like only in the abstract because I don't think any one of us, unless we're invited to the house, are ever going to see it. So Abby, are you okay with this?
Yes, yes, I don't think we'll see it.
All right. So let's have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Diane, gotcha. So Diane's made a motion to approve. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse.
Aye.
Great, Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, so that carries. All right, pool. Same board.
I don't think you're ever going to see it.
No, I think I'm okay with it too.
All right, maybe we should just move to a motion to approve on this one.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Love that, Jesse. Thanks so much. On Jesse's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Jesse on your motion,
Aye.
and Mr. Pohl is in favor of that motion too, so that carries. Thank you. Now, listen, folks, I have to leave. I'm sorry. I apologize. So Abby, you're going to be chairing, and listen, everybody, all my board members, I want you all to be on your best behavior. Okay?
Hey,
Val,
Abby's
that
got
means
this under
you-
control.
Have a martini out for us,
Okay.
will you?
No,
Thank you, Ray.
at least one. I'll have one for each of you.
Oh,
Okay?
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Hello?
Do you want me to start?
I think so.
Oh, do we have a chair or board?
I think Abby's the chair.
I think
Yeah.
Abby's waiting for Kadeem to introduce the application like we did the last time.
Oh,
Here's the application.
Is
So-
there anybody representing this?
Because if,
Yep.
Madam Chair, if I just may really quickly, if Kadeem introduces it, John hears the number and the street, and then we don't lose track in that regard.
Okay, I'm happy to do so, Madam Chair. Sorry, this is number 10. Dean is our agent. This is 15 Aurora, new dwelling.
Thanks, Kadeem.
So this is a vacant property. Aurora's off of Hummock Pond Road. It's the back lot in the right, kind of an oddly shaped property. It is in a little bit of a wetlands area. So if you move down, I'm kind of forced to keep the house hugging one side of the property with all the buffer zones. So what I'm going for here is a garage and a main house and a little hot tub. I'm kind of stuck with the shape of it, like I said, because of the wetlands, but I guess the first thing you'll see is the garage. I don't know if you want to start with the main house though.
Yeah,
Okay. And there were some, it's in a homeowners association. I think they have some guidelines for that street with the ridge heights and for the garage and the main dwelling. So it is, I think it's a 23-foot ridge height. The garage is 19 feet high. So it's fairly low, like the rest of the houses in there. That's so, if you want to go down more, you can see the front. So this is the north elevation is what you would see the most from Aurora. And it does, the house kind of, there's a connector piece at the end, so it kind of loops around. And this is the face, this is the east elevation. I don't think you'll see a ton of, you might catch the very left of it, which is kind of blurred in on the north elevation.
sorry, Dean, is this the front of the house, east elevation?
The front that faces the street is north elevation. That's what you'll see directly from the street. If you
Okay.
go down, can you?
Give me 1 second, Madam Chair. The file is just moving rather slowly right now, but I am
Yeah,
going
yeah,
through
it
it.
seems like a strange connections tonight.
So this is what you'll see, and I do, if you go back to the site plan, most of the garage is gonna be blocking that. So if you see if you're standing on Aurora, you know, the garage is gonna be taking out a fairly big portion of the house. The only thing you might catch is that little area at the very end that angles off.
Do you have a compass rose on here?
Yeah, see north is facing. Yep.
Which way is north?
North is from
Oh,
Aurora.
okay, I see, I got it, I found it, found it, okay.
Yep.
Did we find the front elevation of this house?
It's actually east. But what you see from the street is north.
Yeah. So where you enter the house is east elevation. North is just where you see the biggest view from the road.
So the east elevation has the front door? Is that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, over there.
So there's a little shed.
All right, okay, so who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, Val, thank you.
I like a lot of this because of its low height, and I know that the lot is difficult. I looked at this with a bunch of people, but I think my primary concern is the east. Is there a way to landscape that perhaps so that the French doors that you see, other than the front door, are somewhat mitigated? It pales the front of entrance of the house to see all of those doors and then to also be looking at a pool.
Right.
And I know that it's obscured from the public view, but is it? I don't know. And then the only other concern I have is that the garage is the first thing you run into when you come in the yard, and that it's 19 feet. This is 23 feet, and there is a height difference, but is that something we want to see? You know, really, the garage first. So I get it because of the lot, but that's my concern. The house itself, I think, is okay.
Okay, Diane,
Right, I have one problem is that the hot tub, spa, whatever you want to call it, is on basically the front of the building. And that's where the front door is. I can't do that. It's got to go somewhere else. We can't have a hot tub on the front building right next to the front door. To move it somewhere else, I would prefer. I just don't think it's fits in at all. Aurora Drive is a public road as far as I know. So it would, somebody coming in and around and about would see that as they go by. I don't think the vegetation is so high in that area because of the wetlands. Jesse can say better what the view is, but I would like to see the hot tub moved. And we could, I don't see where else you can put a garage. I don't know. I would have to take a view of it out there and see. You're going to see the garage as you drive in first thing. Then you're going to come up and see the hot tub. So anyway, those are just my ideas at the moment, okay?
yeah, thank you. John,
Yes. I think the east elevation's got too much glass. Where you have 5 of them or 4, you should take down to 3 only. it's more appropriate. You get too much glass on the whole wall. The rest of it, I find is appropriate for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah. Carrie, are you on this or Stephen?
I can be.
Or maybe, or how many are we? We're John, Diane, Val, myself.
I can be on it. I'm here.
Would you mind commenting?
Sure.
Thank you.
I get that the site is sort of determining this building, but I think the garage for me is the biggest issue because it is the first thing you see, and it also makes you put the front door on this long elevation where it just doesn't seem right. So I think Val, because it's not very visible, I think Val has sort of hit the nail on the head with dealing with the landscaping to mitigate the back from that main mass. And I think it could be a very simple fix. And I appreciate the height of this building. I appreciate all the additive massing. I think it's a very cool rambling house with just a little, thoughtful landscaping. I think you can emphasize the front mass. But the garage is a little unfortunate, and I do think it's a little big. I guess we'll get to that next.
What's Luke cooking in the back there? Like,
Sorry, I do have to be in the kitchen. I'm gonna go mute for now.
So I personally I'm not getting, having a hot tub and this many French doors on the front of a house is not sitting well with me. It looks like the backyard, the back of a house. And I think we should probably hold for revisions. Yeah, because I think I've never seen so much agenda on the front of a house. So what would we like to do here?
Make a motion to hold for revisions and see what he comes up with the garage, if there's any way he can turn it, and to move the hot tub somewhere else, to start at the front door or change the front door.
Can I just mention one thing? I'm really constrained to what I can build in there. Where the hot tub is, it's like basically where the walkway is that goes to the front door. From there, straight on through to the hot tub and around, I can't build anything within there. There's a buffer zone between the wetlands and where you can build.
Right, well, maybe there isn't room for a hot tub.
Or
Sometimes
garage.
you can't, sometimes you can't have everything you want, but I just couldn't approve a hot tub at the front door.
If I move the front door to the north elevation, would that then maybe rework the garage?
Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
I was
the garage.
why I was suggesting those things, was see what you could come up with to either
Okay.
move the hot tub or move the front door and the garage. Okay, so I make a motion as a whole for revisions.
Yeah, thank you, Diane. John, on Diane's motion.
Aye.
Carrie
Aye.
and
Al.
Val.
Aye.
Aye, and I as well. Okay, hold for revisions. Thank you.
Dean,
Mhm.
you can't landscape, like put some bushes across there to block the backyard?
Yeah, well, I came up with a better site plan yesterday.
Okay.
I was going to put
Let's
a
wait for
line
that.
of,
We'll,
right.
you understand that landscaping is key here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I think I screwed up on this original one.
No, you didn't screw up. You're doing great. You're doing better than your father.
Thank you.
Do you want to tell us about the garage again?
Yep, so this is the north elevations, what you'll see directly from the street. And there is a little side entrance on the east elevation that I think I could maybe eliminate if you wanted me to put the front door on the main house on that north elevation. But yeah, this is it. It's pretty low. It's 19 feet. I think that's the max you can go for a garage in that for the road. And
Sorry, remind us of the elevation that we see from the road.
the north elevation. So there's a little cobblestone apron to the garage door.
Okay. Who would like to go first?
I will. I think it's a super cute building. I just have concern with its placement before the house and being that close and being that height. If it was like a one-story little thing, it may be okay. I don't know. That's just my only concern.
Yeah, I agree. Diane? John?
Get down.
What the height of it, please? How
Johnny, go
tall is it?
first. I'll wait.
19?
Yeah.
19 feet.
Okay.
If I got rid of the garage doors and made them two, A windows, would that work better for you guys?
Dean, we're going to hear from the board now, and then you can hear all the comments and see what you can take away from it. But for now, let's just
Okay.
not too much back and forth. So John, what did you say, John?
Thank you. I think the garage doors are nice. Appropriate the way the design. I don't think it's too tall. And the rest of it, I think on the north and east elevation, could I see them, please?
This is the east right here, right?
Yep.
So what's he talking about?
Okay. Now, is that, my question is that a garage has a west garage? Where is it at? North? No, east. You're not there.
Madam
No,
Chair, my screen is experiencing a streaming issue. So if you want to give me one moment, I can close out and come right back in, okay? Or not of Zoom, just the application.
That sounds great.
Madam Chair, we should be all set. My apologies there. Technology.
There we are.
Okay, John, did you finish your comments?
No, I just had a comment on that door on the east elevation.
Okay. Diane, are you ready?
Yep. Sorry, my dog was barking and all that stuff.
That's
want-
a previous project, just so you know.
The,
That's the Pochik house.
yeah,
Does look like that.
Next one. There.
Madam Chair, I can see it on my end now and it says it's sharing, but these files are really large, so it's just having trouble like buffering. Should be visible on your screens as well.
I noticed it too. It's not just you, Kadeem.
Okay, thanks, Val.
Because I'm trying to look at it on mine too.
All I've got on mine is a list of agenda houses, but I see no plans. What I was going to say is perhaps without seeing plans, we could,
There it is.
yeah, we could put the hot tub there by the garage. And they could come out the north to the hot tub instead of putting it in the front of the house. You have that little shot off to the east or the west. Maybe it could fit in there and shrink the garage. Yeah, there you can see. Take that little dormer or shed part of that garage out and put the hot tub there. And that would get it out of the front door. It would give it protected. They couldn't see it. And they would be able to come right out of the house and go to the hot tub. I think just give an idea over the site plan again to getting the hot tub and seeing what you want to keep as a front door. That's would be my suggestion.
Okay, Val?
I think I already went. It's merely just placement and comparison to the house.
Okay, and Carrie, are you gonna stay on this one?
Yep. I agree with Val. I think it's a good looking little building, but it does have to do with the relationship with the house. And to Diane's point about the hot tub, I think the hot tub is a feature of something in the plan of the house. So tucking it is sort of against what I think Dean is trying to do. But I do think if you can change the front door and rework some of this location, as Val says, that would probably be ideal.
Thank you, Carrie. I personally don't like the gable forward. I would rather see a side and have the gate and have the doors. You come in the driveway and you go around and enter from inside the property. I think you've got, this is a very difficult site, but I think with, take these comments and see what you can do with it, Dean.
Okay.
May I make one more comment before? It's not the doors facing the street, because if you look at all the garages in there, they all have the doors facing the street. It's the first thing you come to, and it's just like Carrie said, the relationship between the house and the. So anyway.
Yeah, see what you can do with it, Dean. Do I have a motion to hold for revisions?
So move.
Okay, on that motion, Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And aye, and that passes. Hold for revisions. Thank you, Dean.
Thanks. Nice.
Madam Chair, are we opening the hot tub for 15 Aurora?
Let's hold it to track.
Landscape plan? Is that part of the landscape plan?
No, it says hot tub.
Yeah, isn't it part of the landscape plan?
It's a separate application. We actually just did the garage, so now it would be the hot tub, and technically hardscape should be here. So we'll have to add that to the agenda, but that's it.
Dean, do you want to tackle this now, or do you think you're going to change things around?
I'll change it up. The only thing I was wondering, does it make any difference if the garage didn't have the doors in front of it, it was windows? Does that change the dynamic of it at all, or?
I think because it's separate, maybe you should try to connect it. I don't know.
Connect the two buildings?
Make it one building.
Oh, huh, okay.
Yeah, maybe it
I like that
slides
idea.
forward. That was my own personal opinion about the but anyway, I think, did I hear a motion to hold for the hot tub?
I
Because-
make a motion to hold to track with the other two because he's going to bring in some different hardscaping and we may not have an issue with it then.
Okay, and so that's for the, do we have to make a motion for the landscaping too, or is, because it's separate?
He can put it all together when he brings it back in.
I don't know if they're separate applications. Okay, on Val's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
John,
I have a question first. I have on my screen a calendar. It's been on there for 5 minutes. Can you,
Oh,
I
God.
can't get it out. Get it out. It's scheduling made easy, it says. Open Zoom meeting. It doesn't work.
John, you should be able to minimize that on your end. It's not actually on our end. That's a personal computer issue.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's stuck on there. I can't get it out now.
okay,
Anyway,
but you're in favor of holding. So, did I say you, Diane?
I think so, but I would say yes again.
Okay, and I'm in favor as well. So we'll hold those to track. Thank you.
Right,
Well-
all right. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Madam Chair. So now we are on to 36 Warren's Landing, Cabana revisions with BPC.
does anybody else have that calendar on their screen?
No,
Oh, boy. Thank you.
maybe you should go out, John, and come back in.
Yeah. I might have to do that. I can't get out of it. Oh, boy. Okay, thank you.
All set? Hi, everybody.
Oh, hi, Joe.
You want me to explain what
Yes.
we're doing? So the left-hand side of this page is what's approved. The right-hand side is a revision. Really what we're adding is a 7-foot by 8-foot single-story mast that's 11.5 feet tall. That's it. The side, the elevation that's on the top, which is the north, is what faces the street. And that little mast that's bumping off to the left, they're not in the same plane. It's set back about 5 feet off of this. The rendering makes it look like they're in the same plane, but the fence that was previously approved on the left and the shower, that fence is going to remain there. And then down where Kadeem is moving his hand around there, the little gable that's been added onto this, that faces interior to the lot. I can't see what elevation that is because it's not, I can't.
South elevation?
Yeah, right, that's the other side of it. That's the north. And then if you keep scrolling down, that's the width of it. I think it's 7'4" wide. Now that faces interior to our lot. If you zoom out a little bit again, so we can see both of them. Can you go back up to the previous page? Yeah, there you go. So where that on that east elevation where the gable is that has the single A window now, it was approved as an opening. You can see the X on the left-hand side. So that opening is being diminished. So the structure will only be open to the pool side that was already approved. Where the guy with the fishing pole is, that opening was approved on the last one too. You can see it there. It just happens to be shingled in the back. So I kind of expected it to be on consent. It's just a 8-foot by 7-foot single story gable, 11.5 feet tall, added onto this building. There's no other changes. The other clouds that are on here, I think are left over from our staff approval, because we used to have a fireplace in the middle there. That's what that 5-foot dimension, I guess, is left over there. There used to be a chimney here that was removed for staff approval. I think that's why that was clouded.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
thoughts on this one?
I, th- I think that that it's acceptable. I think the east elevation is very cute. And I think you'll have a difficult time seeing it. And as for a cabana, it's not all open and kitchens and the rest of the stuff out there. So I, at the moment, don't have a problem with it.
Okay, Diane. Stephen, are you still with us? No. Would you care to comment on this one?
Yeah, no concerns.
Okay, thank you for that. John, can you see this drawing or no?
It's small. Can you bring it up a couple of notches, please?
Can you see
That's
where Joe's just adding on that little extension there?
What does the main house have in it for windows?
It has 6/1 black. This matches the main house.
These are all casements, right?
Facing
No,
in.
the window that's we're adding is actually a double hung on that little gable end. Right there. That
Yeah.
matches the main house. It also matches a garage that was approved.
All right, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Diane, Val, did you go?
Yeah, I just have a question. On the north, it looks as if there's more fencing being added in front of the bump.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Val. If you look on the left side there, the previous one, there was a fence that ran into a shower, but since that shower is being removed, the length of fence is just going in its place.
Okay,
But that's it.
okay. Just curious.
Okay, so, and I'm okay with it.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Stephen. On your motion,
Aye.
aye, and Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and myself, that's passes. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you, you too. Hey, Diane,
Yes.
could you take the next two? I've got to go out of the room for a second.
Sure.
Thank
I'm
you.
having a little difficulty finding 24 Woodbine.
We got 24 Woodbine. And Matt.
Share 24 Woodbine is now on the street and ready to go, or sorry, the screen and ready to go.
All right. And is Matt here?
I am, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Tell us what you want to do.
Okay, thank you. So this is just simply a request to add a roof walk to this house that you've actually approved. That's the primary change. There's some minor fenestration changes on the elevations, but fairly minor. I probably starting at sheet A 2.1 will probably be the most useful.
Is this on a garage?
No, Val, it's this is on the main dwelling.
The link that we have on the, is the garage.
There is a garage later on the agenda for 3 Gladlands.
No, this is 24 Woodbine.
Oh, I think that was on consent where we just rotated the garage.
Yeah.
Val, this link is found in the view section of the website. That should be where it is.
Okay.
So
It's on the east elevation of the
Yep.
main house is where his roof walk is.
Yeah, I
Correct.
see it.
and it's natural, it's all natural, skirting is natural. The height of the building is actually 27.3, so it's not an exceptionally tall structure. The other minor changes on the east elevation, you'll see on the lower left-hand portion of the structure, we actually pulled those 2 windows apart. They were ganged originally. On drawing 2, on the south elevation, we just shifted those double windows over by, I think, a foot or so. And then if you shift to sheet A 2.2, again, another very minor change. On the west elevation,
We added a little 4-light window. Again, that's on the back of the house. And then on the north elevation, we added a window, an A-type window on the bay. So fairly minor fenestration changes, but primarily a roof walk request. And again, natural to weather.
Okay,
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
thank, Carrie,
I'm having a problem with the roof walk because it just doesn't seem like the style of architecture that you find a roof walk on. There's a lot going on in this roof with the gable forward and the dormers and then the gables. And it just seems overly done with the roof walk. The other changes I think are completely appropriate and great. But I'm not so convinced about the roof walk. That's
all right, you. Val,
I agree with Carrie.
okay. Stephen,
I also agree.
okay, Johnny,
I agree.
and I do too. So we need to have a motion to address the roof walk. Do you want to do revisions or just remove it?
If it's okay with, well, if it's okay with you, if I could just hold for revisions, just so I can circle back with the clients, but in general, doesn't sound like the fenestration changes anybody has any issues with. It's really just the roof walk.
Correct.
Okay.
Only walk. So I could I get a motion just holding for simple renovations?
Well, should we approve with no roof walk for now? So if his clients decide to just not do the roof walk, then he gets all the window changes?
But the one thing I was going to say is there anything about the roof walk in terms of its design? What I was going to hold for is to see if there's any changes to the proportions of the roof walk that might make it a bit more acceptable, dropping the height, maybe showing some
More about the
perspectives.
architecture of the house.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Again, not to lengthen the process, but if I could hold for revisions, that would be great, just so I can circle back with the owners and just let them know where you guys stand, and then probably come back with without the roof walk if we feel like it's an uphill battle, which it sounds like it will be.
Okay, Matt. So can I get a motion just to hold for revisions?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. Abby's not here. Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Johnny?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye, and I'd like to thank Matt for the height scale in the lower right corner.
Okay, and
For your
I
request.
also, so that passes. Thanks a lot. And the next one is
Madam Chair, I'm going to sit off this one.
28 Eel Point.
Yep. I
Okay,
didn't sit on any of the other stuff, so I'm going to sit off.
okay. Is Jesse here? Jesse? No. Well, tell us what you're doing at Eel Point.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, this is an application for a simple shed, a zoning shed. It's 10 by 20 roughly, and it's just a simple storage shed. And we've had we have the doors kind of facing away from the road. So try to keep it very simple. All the exterior trim details match the main dwelling. It is at the lower portion of the property. You're familiar with this side of Eel Point Road, where obviously the topography changes significantly. It's pre-existing condition, but this structure is actually located, if you look at the site plan, it's located at kind of one of the lower portions, not up on the hill where the grade changes. So very simple structure, just for sports equipment, bikes, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I see it there. All righty. So we get Carrie. You want to begin?
Sure. I take it the house has the same details, the flared base, etc.
Yes.
It's a cute little building, and I appreciate that it's at lower grade. I think it's fine.
Thank you. Johnny, you're next.
I know. So we're moving quick now, so. I thought I'd give you a shout, get your eyes open. See you tomorrow.
Oh, Stephen?
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Matt, I think it's a nice design. It's in keeping with the other structures. I understand it's at a lower grade relative to those buildings. My only concern, given some of the height grading related matters out there on that particular property, is that we aren't approving any grade changes with this application.
No. Nope.
And I'm not suggesting you're putting any in. I just, without further study, I wouldn't want to be approving it without having, more detail and discussion. That's all.
I totally understand it. Mirka Ahern has been the landscape architect designer on the project, and she's got a pretty good handle on it. So as part of this application, there's no proposed grade changes.
Thank you, Matt.
I have no problem with this either. So could I get a motion? There's only 4 of us, because didn't Johnny just leave?
I think he took
He was on the phone.
I think he might be back. I could see his head.
Who's on the phone?
Johnny, are you back?
I'm right here.
Okay, well then, what do you think of the shed?
Okay. My comments on that, a shed is a shed. It looks fine.
All right, thank you very much. So can I get a motion to approve, as it seems everybody is good with it?
That motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Stephen. John?
Aye.
All
I'm in
right,
favor.
Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that passes, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have 3 Gladlands.
Gladlands. With your permission, I'll just get started, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Keep things moving here. So this is, I think on the site plan might be a good place to start. Thank you, Kadeem. So this is a house that you've already approved, 3 Gladlands. The main house and the pool, I believe, are already been approved. And so this is simple, an application for a garage, garage, which is located in the upper right-hand corner. If you scroll down to the sheet A 1.1, you'll see the 4 elevations. We worked really hard to keep this structure as low as possible, given that the existing or the residence, the dwelling itself is low. So this is 21.5. And that's primarily, we wanted to maintain a certain scale relationship between the primary dwelling and the secondary structures. And if I recall, I think that the main dwelling ridge height is somewhere in the range of like 26, 27, probably closer to 26 feet in height. So pretty small structure, fairly utilitarian, intended to house, cars, bikes, et cetera. And then there's a little bit of space, flex space on the second floor, probably remain unfinished in the short term. So with that, I look forward to the comments from the board, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Stephen, do you want to start?
Sure. I think it's approvable as submitted.
Thank you. Thank you. Johnny?
I agree with Steve. Yes, it's a typical looking, nice looking little garage. Thank you.
Thank Carrie?
I agree.
And I do too. So can I get a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you very much. Johnny, on Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And me, I'm an aye. So that is good. And the garage we did, and we did the shed. So the next thing is 45 Warren's Landing. with
Actually,
Atlantic Landscaping.
No.
Madam Chair, I think we still have to review the shed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
And so with your permission, I'll just jump into it real quick.
Yep.
It's a zoning shed. Plans to put just for storage. You can see where it sits in the site plan. It's 10 by 20, I believe, and pretty straightforward. All the details match the house. That's all I have.
That's good. Okay. Do we have any? There you go. Carrie, what do you think?
I just think on the west elevation, the little pent roof looks crammed up there, and I think it would be nicer without it.
Okay,
Could
good
omit it.
idea. So, Stephen,
I agree. It looks a little crammy, but I think it could just be lightened up. If you look at the east elevation or the west, with the beam fascia and then the bracket horizontal member, I think it could be lighter and might work.
okay,
Maybe a little lower.
A little lower.
Yeah,
And-
in combination.
and not so heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Johnny, what do you think?
Aye.
You okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
It's looking a little.
So we had, everybody's commented.
Madam Chair, if you
Yep.
want, I could actually omit that secondary pent roof off the west elevation. And, again, if we wanted to come back for it, we could come back for it, but I don't disagree. I think that maybe the two, they're competing, and I think it contributes to some of the busyness.
Okay.
So we're happy to omit that pent roof if it's at the pleasure of the board.
All right, let me see what we can do for a motion with, we could go for a motion with removing the small pent roof completely. Or we can do it with the small pent roof in place. So unless somebody comes up with another motion, maybe I could get that motion.
I would motion to approve it without that west elevation pent roof.
Okay, thank you. Johnny,
Yes.
okay,
I find it's a cute little cottage. She's gets awful close with the glass above the panels, but it's about 50-50, so I just have no comment. Thank you.
thank you. Stephen,
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
okay, and I'm fine with it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 of us. So that is good. And so that takes care of the shed. And we've done Gladlands. Okay? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
I'm back, Diane, if you'd like me to step in.
Yep, it's now at 45 Warren's Landing.
Correct. And the application is on the screen, ready for the applicant.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So 45 Warren's Landing, we've got just a simple 15 by 30 pool with an 8 by 8 spa in the back of the house, minimal hardscape, kind of tucked close to the house. I think it's gonna be very difficult to see from the road. It's kind of tucked in the back there, vegetation in between. So pretty simple.
What kind of pool cover do you have?
It's an auto cover. It'll have an auto cover on it.
Auto cover. Okay.
So
Then
no
we'll-
fencing.
We'll begin with remarks. Oh, I'm sorry. Abby, forgive me. I forgot.
Okay, Diane, I don't mind at all. Well, what are your thoughts on the pool?
I think if you can't see it and it's got an automatic cover, so there's no big fencing going around. We've already got 2 new pools on Warren's Landing. I wasn't very happy about starting pools there, but I think this is tucked in, and the hot spa is 8 by 8, which I appreciate. And so there's only one view, but that's not got a street or anything, is off where that says that CBDHFND, which I don't know what it is. Over on the other side, could you
It's a corner bound, I think, of the property
Yeah.
line.
Yeah, and there's property, I don't see the site plan next door, but it seems to me that at Warren's Landing, this particular place says it's pretty well covered, so I don't have any problem.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John? John, if not John, Val?
I have no concerns.
No concerns. That's nice. Is Carrie on this one, or is Jesse, are you there?
He wasn't there a minute ago, I asked.
Okay, maybe, is it Carrie's turn?
I am here, sorry.
Jesse's here, good.
Oh,
good.
Jesse, this is right up your alley. What do you think?
I'm fine with it. I mean, Warren's Land is not the best neighborhood to have a pool in, but it's totally not, it's small and in scale with the property and not viewable.
What is the size of the pool?
It's a 15 by 30.
All righty then. So John, did we hear from John?
My comment is a question. Does it have a roll up?
Yes, it does, sir.
Thank you.
So did we get Val on this? Val,
Yeah, I had no
okay.
concerns.
Diane is okay, John's okay, Jesse's okay, and I'm okay. So do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, let's take one of those. Let's take Diane's. On your motion, Diane.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and myself, that passes. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, we are now on to 50 Brewster Road, pool, hardscape, and bocce court. A little more hardscape as well in there. Ready to go.
All right, so on this one, this is one that Ethan designed. The house he took through, it's at the end of Brewster. So as opposed to going, you would normally go, like, say, if you're going down Shema, you would normally take a left to go to the majority of Brewster. You'd take a right, and this is at the very end of the road, and it dead ends there. I think visibility from a public way is going to be difficult. It's going to be pretty well shielded, tucked in the back of the property. We have hardscape. There's obviously some retaining structures as that lot does fall away quite a bit, as you can tell by the elevations on the drawing. So we've kind of playing with the grades, with the walls. We're trying to keep them to a minimum. So we have a pool with a fire pit, infinity edge, and then tucked off to the left, there are some retaining walls in the front, which I think you've probably seen the retaining walls in the front with Ethan's plan at the front entry when he did the renderings for the house. And then we've got a bocce court tucked off into the left corner, sunken down. So I think visibility is going to be difficult, and it's also as you can see, it's the end of the road. So I think the only people going there are the people that are going to go to that house.
Ray, I'll take it.
Sorry, Ray's not here. John, did you want to go first?
It's only a mild comment, yes. All set?
All set.
This is the first time in over 20 years since I've seen an application for a bocce court like this one has. I think it's a great sport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment. It's approvable.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so Diane.
I don't think you'll be able to see it. I'm looking at the topography with the walls, the fieldstone walls, because the land goes from 44 and 48 and then 50. On the 50 fieldstone wall that says 30 inches high, that's fairly high. Is there a reason for it having to be so high?
Well, that's, we kept it at 30 inches just so that we could avoid a railing. The grade change actually falls greater. So that 30-inch walls helps it from being so steep. So the elevations that you're seeing are our proposed elevations.
Right, but it goes from 48 and then in the middle is 50 and then it goes back down to 48. You're going to follow the land, so you have
Exactly.
a straight.
So we're cutting in so that the house and the pool level is cut into the slope. And then,
Okay.
so as opposed to having a bigger wall than the 30 inches, we kept
Right.
it at 30 inches and then we're going to berm the grade up to the bottom of the wall.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Well, maybe somebody can get out there and play bocce.
So
Anyway,
Diane, Diane, did you finish?
Yep.
Okay, and we had John and Val.
I have no concerns.
Okay, well, so you might get invited here, so.
I doubt it.
Stephen, are you around?
I am, Madam Chair.
What do you think about this?
I have some concerns about the grade. The GIS shows that this is currently shows it that basically there's going to be some fill going on, and I'd like to see where that is in a cross section. I think it's going to be the Lindsay, it looks like it's going to be the pool end where the infinity edge is. And I'd like
We're
to
playing
get
with the existing, the grade falls off over there quite a bit. So the retaining is acting as part of that fill. So we're not actually going to be filling. If there's any fill, it's like kind of towards the end of the pool area, but it's minimal just because of the way that lot falls.
right. The
And
topo,
the way Ethan designed the house is he cut it into that slope so that it wasn't. So that's why, like, when you first enter the lot, it's at like in the 50 range. And then so we're tucking it down. It's like 4 feet below. And then
can we zoom out a little bit?
Yeah. So like if you look over to the left, see how it's in the 50s and the 48s.
Yeah, so the topo shows that, so for instance, zoom in just a little, like happy in the middle, maybe one more notch in. And a little, yeah. So if you look at the 43.5-inch mark, the 43.5-foot mark, the topo shows that at 42. So, I mean, there's a 1.5 feet there. And I mean, it wouldn't be normally a concern, but this is the highest, almost the highest point, except for the structure to the slightly to the west, maybe a little bit and to the south. But from South Valley Road, yeah, I would just like to get a better idea what the fill is going to be, because it's, I think it's important that we know.
Are the
You want to
houses
get a
there?
cross-section?
What's
No,
that?
this is
No, there's no
constructed.
houses there. I also would argue it's not gonna be, but yeah, I mean, we're happy to do whatever the board pleases.
I think a cross section of the site is relevant and preferred, at least for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. What did John say? John, what do you think?
My only comment was that I think that it's appropriate out in the outside area. I've never seen a bocce court in Nantucket, so I'm just saying it's
Oh, that's
amazing
right.
to have that. That's all. The rest of it's fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, so we heard from everybody and Stephen wants a cross section. Do you want to make that motion then, Stephen?
Sure, I would hold for additional information being a cross section, which should be, I guess, the north-south axes through the pool and the property.
Okay, thank
Bound
you.
to bound along that axis.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion. Stephen, on your motion,
Aye.
and Diane
Aye.
and Val
Aye.
and John,
Aye.
and I'm in favor of that, so that passes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
All right. Let's see. Madam Chair, we are now on to the main dwelling at 45 Shakamo Road. That application is on the screen and ready for the applicant.
Hello, everybody. Kadeem, could you actually go to the cover page, please? Or Holly, I don't know if you're driving.
It is me tonight, and I am happy to do so. Let's see.
So I just want to give everyone a little sense of the context of where this property is located based on the locus map. It's at 45 Shakamo Road. It's quite a large parcel of land that backs up on the backside of Wingspread. And fortunately, it has virtually no visibility from anywhere based on where the buildable portions of the site are based on our allowable clearing, which I'll show you in the landscape plan. If you want to go down to that, Kadeem, that'd be great, please.
Absolutely.
This is still a preliminary site plan that will be developing more along with Mirka, but you can see that coming off of Shakamo Road, the house sits really far back into the site, and there is also a tremendous amount of topography that exists on this parcel. I don't know if anyone happened to drive by, you can barely see up, you can't see it all up to the top based on both the topography and the undulating vegetation that exists on the site. When you come in off Shakamo Road, the elevation is at 12 feet. It then rises up to 26 feet where the guest house is located. On the entry, it then dips back down to 15 feet in this low sort of valley that exists in the middle of the site. Kadeem, I don't know if you can sort of highlight that. It's right kind of where that dimension is between the guest house and the main house, right to the right there. That's the low part is to the left a little more where there's no topos. Right there. That's where the low part is. And then it goes back up to 44 feet back up where the main house is, which again is quite a distance off of the road, which is virtually an untraveled road until this home. We went to Concom and made it sort of a passable way. So it's not that anybody drives through this portion of Shakamo Road. So I hope that just kind of gives you a little bit of background on the site, but I'm sort of here tonight with what I think is a pretty interesting home, but also with virtually no visibility. This is the main house that we're looking at. It's a series of pavilions, not that different than a lot of the other homes I've come in with. It is mostly one story. There are a few 2-story 1.5-story masses attached onto it, but the highest portion is at 24 feet 6 off the sort of mean grade at the top of the site. There's no part of it that's a full 2-story. The sunken down basement window well that you see on the east elevation here to the left is at the rear of the site, which certainly this side has absolutely no visibility from anywhere because you can't approach it from any street. There's no streets that are near it. The entrance is facing towards the east, not the west, because we're bringing the driveway up and around across the house. And as I said, it's a series of pieces, 1-story pieces that kind of connect to each other, with 3 of the boxes have 1.5-story massing components to them. The trim color is Quaker gray. The window sash and doors are to be Hamilton blue. And the roof is red cedar and the chimneys are red brick. It is a long structure. I'm not going to tell you it is not, but it is broken up into a series of pieces where it doesn't feel as though there's any long ridges that are stitched together. It obviously faces out towards the harbor, so that the distant views are tremendous. You will see pieces of the house poke up if you were in the harbor, but certainly nothing that is as tall as the 2-story homes that generally surround it on Wingspread, with ridges that are, almost at 50 feet. If you want to scroll down, Kadeem, again, I think we'll get to the west elevation. This is the west elevation. This is what faces towards your approach. Again, sort of the back of the house, but really the front as you drive up. Again, I'm 100% convinced you will barely see the chimney caps from Shakamo Road as you view this, just based on the topography that exists on the site. But you can see from this elevation the way it is sort of broken into almost like it's three structures stitched together through these connector pieces that are between the center mass and the two side flanking pieces. You can scroll down again, Kadeem. This is the north elevation that faces towards wing spread. So it's virtually impossible to see, but you can see the way the massing elements stack onto one another. We've tried to bring a little bit more of a rural quality to this, with some, integration of some shutters in places, pergolas, but generally one-story pieces. If you want to keep going down. And then this is the other side elevation that you see on the approach. We've sort of, Kadeem, I don't know if these are actually the updated ones that we sent, but I guess it's kind of close enough. But the window well will have no visibility because again, it's on the back side of the house towards the east.
Andrew,
yes.
What color are your shutters?
Well, we actually removed the shutters. This isn't an older draft. I had thought we sent in sort of the newer ones, but the shutters actually are not going to be on the house.
Okay.
So if you could visualize without the shutters, that would be great.
Yep.
So that's really it. I know it appears to be a very long house. I know it is. But it is mostly one story, and it does have no visibility. So that's sort of what I'm standing on. And again, the extreme topography of this site just makes it impossible to see any component of this main house structure.
Okay.
But I also think it's an interesting sort of undulating home, like many of some of the older homes you see around the island from years ago that were built.
Well,
So that's what I have.
okay, so thank you for that introduction to this. Gosh, did everybody catch their breath?
Yes.
Okay, Diane, why don't you go?
All right. I'm going to say what you're never supposed to say is I love it. I think it's neat the way it's put together and the different things, and it sort of matches the topography about that Sakama. Maybe little bits and pieces that you pick apart, but I think the idea is great. Could we go back to the site plan so I could see the shape as it sits on the land?
I'm here.
There we are. I think you've encompassed a great deal of a building or house and tucked it into a good spot. And I look at it next time, but I'm not going to go into every nook and cranny tonight. I think that it fits into the lot very well. I don't think the zoo will see it. It's separated with all that topography going up and down. There's a big hole as you drive through.
Big hole, huge. Yep.
Yeah. And then it comes up again to the house. So you're not building the place where you're building the main building. You're using what you've got. I think I basically do not have any problem with it.
Okay,
Thank you,
Diane,
Diane.
thank you. So,
Madam Chair,
yes, Kadeem.
through you, I want to say it was mentioned to me that there would be new plans submitted, but only because there was an owner name change. There was not any revisions to the dwelling, whether it be shutters or anything minor, mentioned to me, and that's why we didn't have it here. But like you said, I do have it, and we can, have it ready to be shown
Okay,
later
well,
on.
I think we can imagine it without the shutters, but thanks,
Fantastic.
Kadeem, for that. And
Thanks, Kadeem.
John, are you ready? or
He just
Val?
walked away from his computer.
Val?
I appreciate a lot of this. I do think you're probably gonna see it because it's on the tallest part of the lot and the approach that you're gonna see, I think, is the west, which is a lot to see at one time, but it's nice that it's low and hopefully won't have such a huge impact at almost 200 feet across.
Well, John, did you disappear?
That's a big building.
200 feet almost, 185.
Now, I think those tall windows are out of order completely. Them long ones, them two-story ones, are, if they're visible, I'm saying, I think that's the biggest harm to this structure alone. What is the length of it?
200 feet.
185.
Okay, it's just too much glass. There's one of those up on New Lane. You can see it. It looks awful. Thank you.
I can't remember if it's Carrie's turn or Jesse's, but
I'm here if you want me on, or but I think Carrie.
Jess, we're having problems hearing you.
I think we should stick with Carrie.
yeah, I think that was
If she's
very.
there, you know.
He sounded like he was on something.
Okay,
That was
Jesse,
trippy.
thank you for that, but I think Carrie, could you step in here?
Yeah, thanks. I like this. I think it's more of a little village than it is a house. I do think because it's at the top of the hill, maybe some of those really tall windows should be broken up somehow, because I think at night from a distance, you will see these tall lit things that might be a little bit much, but I appreciate your efforts to keep the ridge heights down and all the little pieces. Is this the very top of the hill?
It's just off the top, Carrie, just off the top. But essentially, from the distance that you would have any visibility of this from the harbor, as Val articulated. I mean, obviously, if you can see the water from the house, you can see the house from the water.
Right.
So in the distance of it, though, you will really just see the sort of village component of the
Right.
roof. And any height elevation change within the grade up or down a foot, I think it's negligible. I don't think it has an impact on the design or the visibility from the harbor at the end of the day.
I believe you. I would just say, watch out with the retaining walls coming up with the next feature, which I think is a pool. Just be wary of too tall retaining walls.
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks. That's all.
The perspectives that we would see from below the house is which view?
Really, the top one here that's on the screen, Abby, the view from the west is not exactly what you would see coming up. I mean, you know, assuming you all don't say motion for approval on this now, the next time I come back, I can pull together more strategic views within the topography to give you a sense of what you would see on approach. But again, those views would only be from on the site, which is why I didn't think they were relevant to show.
My concern is visibility. So where, if I called for a view, if I wanted to see a view, where would I stand to see looking back at this? Or
if you drove onto Shakamo Road and you stood at the bottom of the driveway, there is a 2-story viewing platform built where the house is going to go. Okay. It is physically impossible to actually see any part of the house from Shakamo Road. You will see portions of the house from the harbor, but none of it can be seen from the road based on the way the topography dips up and down and the distance that the house is placed on the site very intentionally. You can't see it. There's nothing you can see.
and when you say 185, are you talking about that cabana as well, or is it just the massing behind that?
Well, the cabana is actually connected by a basement, so it is actually part of this application. The garage is also connected to the building. So the main house, all of what you're seeing here is part of this application because of the way they're all connected. Okay, so the only application we submitted that's separate from this is the guest house, which is the next piece up, which is far closer to the street itself.
Okay.
But this is all one structure. As Carrie said, the intent is to create a small village of pavilions with indoor and outdoor spaces, and none of them are over complex. They're all very simple gable forms, and we tried to make it seem as though something's dispersed. When you look back at the wing spread neighborhood and the other portions of Shakamo Road from the harbor, you have very large houses with very large ridge lines on them. This is very broken up. You'll see sky, you'll see breaks. It won't ever look like it's one home.
What is the trim color?
It is
Gray.
Quaker gray, and the sash is Hamilton blue.
I think that, well, it says your application says a couple of different things. It says that the building's 26 feet. It says that there's no grade changes, and it says 197'6" by 160'6" for 6,570 square feet on the ground. And it says gray and black.
Okay. Oh, the black was supposed to be changed to the Hamilton blue. I'll correct that.
Okay, what do
So-
we want to do with this?
We need to, he's gonna do some extra stuff. I think we need to see it.
So what
he's
do we
going
want?
for you?
What do you want?
motion.
Well, let me just, obviously I'll clarify some of the grading stuff. I'll give you a little more information on that next time. Totally understandable. What do you want me to do to show you the lack of visibility?
Put some height poles
Okay.
at what, each end?
Yeah.
I'll do one in the middle, and I'll do one at each end, and I'll give you a map to show you where they are relative to the structure.
And could
And
you paint the tips of those poles red, like a
Yep.
hot
Or a
orange?
flag or something.
Yeah,
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
that would be really nice. I like that motion, Val.
Okay.
Everybody in favor of Val's motion? Val,
I
Aye.
am.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
myself.
Yes, I'm gonna ask him. Madam Chair,
Yes, Messenger.
do you, would you like this to be held for review for next Tuesday?
That would be
Or are we
great.
pushing it further back? Okay, if you're able to get it up, Andrew, by this weekend, I'll let the board
will.
know, and we'll have this at the top of the agenda for Tuesday.
That's possible. That would be great.
That would be fantastic. That would be great.
Thanks,
Fantastic.
Kadeem. Thanks. Andrew.
Okay, so well, I got a couple more applications. So the guest house is next. I'll do two. I will, if Kadeem, if you want to just pull that up, I will do 2 ridge poles at the guest house location as well, as this structure will have some visibility from the road. I'm not claiming that it won't, based on its placement. It's a very simple structure. You'll see there's one thing that will jump out at you, this tall window that I've tried to sort of recreate. This is the old application, Kadeem, not the new one, but I guess it's okay. Again, the door to the guest house does not face the street. It faces inward towards the property, just based on the way the driveway sequence is going to work out. So the west facing elevation is the one, well, the north facing elevation at the top.
Is what you'll
I've got that,
see.
is what you'll see. So I have that large tall window. Obviously if that wasn't there, this is a pretty simple structure. But I'm trying to maintain a language that is also on the main house. But I think it makes sense to put 2 ridge poles at either end of this structure in that location, so you can get a sense of the visibility for it. The trim colors are all the same. Again, I'm pretty sure I know this board by now. That window is the one thing that jumps out. The rest of it is probably relatively approvable.
Okay, well, thanks for making does anybody agree with Andrew on the
I-
site goals?
I'd make a motion for Andrew's motion.
Right, right. Okay, Diane, great. Thank you, Diane. And on your motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Let me pause a second. Go to somebody else, please.
okay, Carrie,
Aye.
and myself, I'm an I, so that actually,
Okay, John votes in favor.
okay, great, great. Okay, so that passes.
Thank-
And thank you, Andrew, for putting up those polls and
You're
for
very
your
welcome.
motion.
I'll continue to make them. The next two applications I would have thought should have been on consent due to lack of visibility, but we'll talk through them anyway.
Oh, boy.
That's what, 222
Yeah.
222 Road.
Yeah, so this is a project that was completed, I think 6 years ago. I took an aerial shot here because you can't really see how far back, but what we're doing is we're adding one room to the guest house. It's in the rear portion of the site that literally impossible to see from anywhere. And it's simply adding one more box. Do you want to go to the elevations, Kadeem? Yeah, I don't live there, but so if you want to zoom in, Kadeem.
Actually,
So
Holly.
here, oh, sorry, Holly, thank you.
Okay.
So the west elevation that you see, that's what you have partial visibility of. The box that we're adding is on the south elevation. You can see it's stretching back, but we've actually lowered. It's a few steps down, but the ridge is almost the same height, but it matches everything that's there. The trim is natural, sash is black. It's again, it's impossible to see, but even if you could see it, I think it just matches what's there. So I don't have really much to add.
Okay, let's see about that. Diane, are you ready or anybody ready?
I am here. Because most of it's existing, isn't it?
It's all existing. It's all existing except where the cloud is in the back. Every
that
bit of
little
it's
back-
existing. That's it.
Right.
Yep.
Well, the back of it seems to fit in. The windows are a little long, but is that going to be, I don't mind seeing the house. I think sometimes people try to get the houses not seen, but houses should be seen. It's just we don't put the more questionable things out front there. Will you see those long windows?
No, you will not see them, but there's also tons of them on the existing house, but you can't see any of this.
Okay. Well, I think if it's I see it's sort of guest house, right?
Yes, correct. It's way in the back. Yeah,
Right,
those
it's way
photos
in the
actually
back.
show it the best.
Of that thing. So, for its location and without picking it all apart tonight, I have no problem with it and how it's cited.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val
I would concur.
and John,
Yes. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay,
okay?
yes.
Yeah, and Stephen?
Oh, the boondocks, my answer.
Wait, what was that?
It's out in the boondocks and I'm in favor of it.
Stephen, are you there?
I am, no concerns.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Very good. On your motion, Val
Aye.
and Diane,
Aye.
John,
Hey, good
Stephen,
job.
Aye.
and myself, aye.
Thank you.
And this next one I really thought should have been consented.
I don't know how it's not consent if this isn't consent. I know. It's a shed with no visibility tucked in, but okay. So this is a shed, natural trim, tucked in. Actually, it's next to the garage, but it's a pretty straightforward little building.
I have no problem with it, and I would make a motion to run on the floor that it be approved as submitted.
Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Diane. On your motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Stephen, do you want to be on this one too?
Sure, I'll say aye, and I think Kadeem just wanted to make sure we had enough to do tonight.
That's exactly it, guys.
Yeah.
No, he has nothing better to do.
And he's there alone.
Did we finish with that?
That
Yeah.
is it for me. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Wait, Andrew, is this not you as
Yes.
well, for Harbor Square?
Oh, sorry. Oh my God. Right, one more. Oh boy.
So, Madam Chair, we did get corrected plans for 4 Harbor Square at around 4 o'clock, but I was able to get those in and ready, so here they are.
Great.
Andrew, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Kadeem. So, folks, just so you know where this is the old Straight Wharf seafood market. I think you all recognize the building. We are doing pretty minor updates to the exterior of it. We have provided all the historic information. We've tried to do to everybody's help there, getting us this info. We're not really proposing to change much at all on the structure, except for a few pieces on the harbor side and along the this elevation here, the east elevation. As you know, a portion of the east elevation faces into Harbor Square, gazebo next to Provisions. The other portion of it backs up to the backside of the Straight Wharf restaurant, where it's that narrow alley where you used to walk back to Stars. So that's where the bulk of our renovations are taking place. You can see here the existing, everything in red is what we are modifying. The windows and door in the main gable are being changed because we're just changing out the windows and door, but they're going to be put back virtually identical to what is there in the as you can see in the elevation. There is this little bump out wart that exists on the building right now, just to the right side of the second bay window, that we're essentially cleaning up. Right now, there's sort of an HVAC mechanical unit on top of it with this sort of pretty messy slatted condition that exists there. And we're just trying to clean that up and put back a new shiplap door. Then further down the east elevation, as you head over to the right, you can see we are actually adding a second door along that facade, because that's going to be sort of an in-out condition for the grab and go food that will exist inside there. We think it's pretty simple, not that drastic of a change. And then we've just created a little bit more of an alignment and matching condition to the window fenestration that exists along that east facade, trying to maintain a similar language that exists there. So those are the changes on the east. I think pretty minor and should blend in pretty nice. If you want to scroll down, that would be great. On the back side of the building, which is the west, we are not doing much. We're shifting a few windows and doors around to make the egress conditions a little better. If anybody's been back there, it's where they stored all the lobsters outside and seafood. It's a pretty hot mess back in that area, where we're going to clean it up a little bit and put back some other mechanical equipment for the restaurant. But there's virtually nothing that you can see there due to the fencing and the other structures that exist there. But we're really trying to maintain as much of that as possible. We have added a few windows along the west there, a few little 4-light windows in the low portion, just to sort of break up that blank facade. But I think the rest of it is pretty straightforward and pretty consistent. If you want to continue down. So this is where we are proposing some changes on the north elevation, what faces the harbor, the sort of where the launch is. Currently, right now, the elevation is a little bit of a mess. It has sort of almost a random bay window, which is, I think, a vestige of what was once there. The building has gone through a series of revisions. You can see in the image, in the historic image just to the right of that large vessel, where those sort of 3 bay windows with almost these transom windows up high, that's what the existing condition originally was, to the best of our knowledge, but none of that really exists except one of the windows. There was then at some point added this roof pediment that comes out to create that covered portion where folks would eat ice cream when it was stars. And then the doors were just sort of these random service doors added at a point that don't appear to be original. So what we're trying to do, it's not really possible to relate back to what was once there, but we're trying to create more of a rhythm fenestration condition, much like what was there, replacing the large plate glass window openings with the glass doors for egress to open up for the restaurant to connect out to the outdoor dining. We've tried to just keep it kind of simple, make it even feel a little bit more like Straight Wharf, not overdone, not over embellished, but also provide a little bit more daylight and natural light coming into the primary dining space for the restaurant. The south elevation has no change. So that is what I have. Again, we've tried to, looked at everything in the area. Everything's a little bit eclectic. Nothing's too perfect. We've tried to leave all of that quirkiness on the building, but just reconcile some of the fenestration to make it a little bit more functional and, quite frankly, code compliant for the restaurant itself, and the grab and go that's going to be there.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I
Andrew.
have. Yep.
That's
Madam
probably
Chair?
enough. Yes, Holly, please.
Yes, ma'am. So, as you are aware, this is the Straight Wharf Fish Market and Old Stars Ice Cream. I remember going there as a kid. This was during Walter Beinecke's time frame, so it's circa 1966. Thank you, Kadeem. HDC survey right here. Wanted to make a question as far, I didn't really see whether or not the proposed fenestration changes were going to be SDL or TDL. I wanted to mention that I appreciate the simple changes that are being done to this building, so thank you, Andrew. And with regards to visibility, I just want to remind the commission that although there's a facade, side, rear, your visible, viewable area is basically the entire structure because the waterfront is your purview as well. HSAB's comments were from August 30th. Their comments were the north and east elevation B windows should either be taller to match A window or become a 6 or 9 light tilt-ins with a pane proportions matching A. Nantucket or Quaker, but not dark gray as the color. And then there was a comment on the AC units, where they were going and their screening. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Holly, want me to address a couple of your questions now, or?
Yes, please.
So we would certainly be true divided light to match everything that's already existing there. So we don't have no simulated divided light. The HVAC units will all be placed on that rear side in sort of the back alley side of the restaurant where all of the other equipment will be placed so that it won't be seen. We're not going to stick it on the roof like what's there right now. That's pretty unsightly, I think. I'm curiously open to HSAB's comments. Tilting in the windows could be delightful. Might be something nice to do, but I'm happy to hear what the rest of the board thinks as well.
Me too. Who would like to go first? Is that you, Val?
Yeah, sure. I appreciate this and what they're doing. I mean, look, he's taking all that crap off that's on there on the roof and on the front, and I think it's a win-win all the way around. So I'm okay with this.
Yeah. Diane? Carrie?
Yeah, I agree with Val. I think what you're doing is really not very significant. The major change is from the launch side, and I think what you've done is nice. It makes it look pretty again.
Yeah.
I'd love to get one of those gables like the front door has on something.
I know, right, Val? I agree.
The cable.
Diane, can you go?
Yep, I think it fits right in. I think it's a fun building, always has been. And this is keeping sort of, I think it's the most of, it's the best building for keeping the old front that's out there that hasn't changed and become much more modern. And it will be seen from all sides. I don't mind the back alley because it sort of fits into the typical stuff that's back there, and the front and the lawn side. I think it's great. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay. John, did you come back?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
You're all set? Me too. Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
Excellent. Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
John,
I'm gonna hold. Go to someone else.
okay. Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
me, aye. John,
Aye.
yay, that passes. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ann.
All right, board members, we are now on 16 Trotters recite. Give me 1 second to just get this pulled up. Let's see. And I do believe that Kian is here.
Correct, Kadeem.
Fantastic. So we are ready to go.
Hello, board. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. My name's Kian Ross. I'm trying to relocate the house that's on the property at 16 Trotters. That's marked in pink right there on the screen. Currently, it is perpendicular to the lot, so the opposite way of it, as it showed right here. The reason why we're trying to resite it is to allow us to move a cottage onto the back of the property, which are the next two points on the agenda. And basically what I'm trying to do is I'm going to move this house. I'm going to do a 10-foot basement. We have a stair egress as well as 2 emergency exit egresses. And the goal for this house is to create a covenant house for a local couple that I know. And then I'd live in the back cottage, which would be the next one. I'm not sure if I'm not supposed to talk about the other ones, but that's kind of the goal.
Thank you, Clan.
Yep.
Is that your name, Clan?
Kian, Ian with a K.
Kian,
Yep.
sorry, it looks like an L. It's
I'm sorry. I got terrible handwriting.
no, it's very good. So could I just see this? I want to just orient myself to where we are on Trotters Lane.
Was this Viera's house?
This used to be owned by Mac Davis Flooring.
Yeah, before that though. I think it was.
I'm not sure about that.
Can we, yeah, thank you. Hull, Trotters Lane. I see Waydale. Oh, is it off?
It's between Old South,
Hooper.
It's pretty much
Fairgrounds and Hooper.
yeah.
Fairground.
Yeah,
Hooper and
exactly.
Fairgrounds. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I know it. Okay, thank you. Well, Val, why don't you go first? Don't you know?
Yeah, I thought at first maybe I wasn't gonna like having it turned, but I do think that this neighborhood is eclectic. The driveway brings you to the front door and it takes the deck to the rear of the house. So I think it's okay. It's a very simple 2-window facade.
May I bring up one point, please?
I think it's fine. What?
The house to the right of it does have the same trajectory does have the gable end facing the street. So it does kind of match the house to the right as well.
Well, there you go.
Regard.
Okay, very good. Could I hear from Stephen?
Hey, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I just want to just state for the record that I am in the general area, but certainly fair and impartial. No issues with that. I am not a direct abutter. I think that this is completely appropriate. Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay. Diane.
Me too.
Oh, good. John.
Yes. Thank you. I would like to speak about this. All three of them are what's existing, just being transferred. All right. And I would I'd like to make a motion that 25, 26, and 27 is a package deal, all wrapped together, and it's all approvable. We're gonna be wasting time. Thank you.
Oh, gosh. Well, I don't know if we can do that because I don't know what they are.
Moving houses around there.
What?
They're moving houses around in Trotter's Lane from one corner to the other.
Right, but
Gotta see the applications though.
yeah, I have to see it. I can't vote on something I don't know anything about. So could we, I mean, we
I'll
can.
make a motion to approve the turning of 16 Trotter's Lane.
Okay, thank you, Diane. On your motion,
Aye.
aye, and Val,
Aye.
and Stephen,
Aye.
and John,
Aye.
and I'm okay with this as well. So that passes.
I
Thank
think
you.
if you see the next one, you'll be able to do both together.
Madam Chair, just for the record, for the
Yes, please.
commission's knowledge, that structure was built in 1967 on the NHL.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
All right, board members, we now have 7B Crooked Lane up. Kian, we are ready when you are.
Oh,
Alrighty.
okay.
So this is the cottage that we'd be moving off of 7B Crooked Lane. And this would be going to the back of the house, back of the lot, showed in pink.
Okay.
And this is where I'll be living and then covering the front house. The house will be able to be moved all in one move. It doesn't have to be split apart or anything like that. It's a 550 square foot basement. The decks I'm gonna deconstruct and then reconstruct exactly how they are.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Nice.
It does sound great. Val, why don't you give me your.
It's
thoughts?
awesome. And I would now entertain John's move off, move on. This is the move off and then to move it on.
I get it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I had to do a little catch up here. Why don't we keep Steve on this one too, since he knows the neighborhood as well?
Yeah, I'm good with it. And the suggestion that Val made to retake up John's motion when we're ready.
Okay, great. And so John's motion is to take these two and pass both of these. So on John's motion, are you okay with that, John?
Yes, to recite it, and to move, not to recite, that's to move to Trotter's Lane and move the house from 7B Crooked Lane, both of them.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right. Val
Aye.
and Stephen
Aye.
and Diane
Aye.
and myself is I'm fine with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, just give me a moment as I get the old business applications up and ready.
got a half hour.
All right, we now have 84 Cliff Road, new dwelling revision or new dwelling. And I believe Rob is here. I might have spoken too soon. I do not see Rob Newman. Nope.
So do we want to hold this then for representation?
Yes, motion to hold for representation.
Val, on your motion.
Aye.
All right, Val. I mean, Diane, shut up.
Aye.
All right, John.
What was the motion to hold?
To hold for
All right, whoever's there.
Okay.
What was the motion?
Is Jesse or Carrie there, please?
I'm here. Aye.
Madam Chair, this does have a set board.
I'm trying to get paper straightened out. Is this 84 Cliff Road?
Yes,
Yes.
John, you were doing so well. It's 84 Cliff Road. It's the first one on old business.
And we're
Okay,
holding.
what is the motion?
Okay, sorry.
Hold for representation.
Okay, hold for
Okay,
representation.
Carrie, who is on this board?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
so on this board, we have Ray Pohl, John McLaughlin, Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, and Carrie Thornwell. So
oh, so I'm not on.
Diane would have to be the chair for this.
Okay,
And
Diane, can
isn't Stephen an alternate?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
yes,
I
sorry.
am.
And Stephen is an alternate.
Diane, can you chair this, please? The rep,
Sure. No problem. Because I think he's not here.
right, we're holding for representation. Could you take the next two, please, actually?
Yep.
No,
I
thank
can't.
you.
Anyway, I would like to have a motion to hold for representation, if I might.
So moved.
Thank you. Johnny,
Yes, I have to write some of this down, okay? For
Okay,
my own
well,
information.
we're holding
Number
this.
one.
We're
Why don't you
holding this for
me the floor?
represent.
Now, hang on. Hang on
Okay.
a minute. All right, you're on number one, Oliver Carr, am I right?
Yes,
Okay, all right, now what's the next form of action?
Hold.
I
Hold
need,
representation, right?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, did you vote on it yet?
No, I'm asking
Oh my
you.
God, John.
Just
Hey, I'm
vote.
trying to make my records right, not yours.
John, you got to keep up with us.
Come on, let's not have
2 minutes, I will.
talk. Just say yes, Johnny, please.
Yes, I'm in favor of it.
Thank you.
Yes, you're
Val,
welcome.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
and I'm an I. So that's going to be held. He'll be here by the time we finish. The next
Oh, all right, board members, we are now on number 2 of old business. This is
Right,
1 Wesco Place, a window replacement, and our
Right.
applicant is here.
Okay.
May I interject something? I am
Sure.
not on the next 9, so I'm gonna bid you good night.
Good night, Valerie.
Good night.
Good night, Val.
Good lucky you.
Yeah, lucky you.
All right,
Good night.
1 Wesco Place with
Okay, what's the motion
Briscoe.
on that?
Jesus.
I'm here.
What?
Good evening.
A motion for what, Johnny?
All right, there is no motion. We've done number 1, now we're on number 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Valerie.
1 Wesco Place. I'm trying to get some
Yes.
time to have him talk about his window replacement.
Okay, fine,
All right, this is Haristo.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
So we looked at this application a few weeks ago, and the reason that it came up as a window replacement is because it's in a historic district. And I was asked to go back and do a window survey.
Yeah.
And I believe pictures, the window survey and pictures of the inside are added to the application. That's right. So originally we wanted to replace those windows, but since as we saw when we went back and did the surveying, they are in pretty good shape. No obvious rot or leaks appeared anywhere. Just paint peeling and window glazing that is deteriorating, but it's all fixable, I guess. So I don't know if from the pictures someone can say how old were they, because I personally didn't find any records of how old those windows actually are. And with the owners, we contacted the previous contractor that did the renovations back in 2007, and she seems to think that those were windows installed in the 40s or 50s. from what she recalls.
So probably it would be good if they're in repairable condition. We would rather have the old ones repaired than new ones put in, because these are all TDLs, which is what you would need in Wesco Place.
That's right.
So that you will find it less expensive to repair than replace. So let me see what anybody on the commission wants to do other than that you also feel the same way. So let me start with Carrie.
I don't think I'm on this, Madam Chair. This is an existing.
Oh, let's
Yeah.
see. Wait a minute.
It's
No, I can't use you as.
Oh, I could
yes,
be an
I-
alternate. Yes, I can be an alternate. I just wasn't on it
Yeah.
originally. But
No, but you are an alternate.
I was
What?
listening, and I just have a question for the applicant. Are you wanting to now just repair the existing rather than replace, or are you still applying to replace?
Well, if they're historic and I had a conversation with the owners, we are probably reclining to just restore the windows. I would hate to just get rid of them and replace them with new windows if they're historic and they're in good shape. So at this point, we would probably go ahead and restore them versus getting rid of them.
Well, that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have no problem with that if that's the case.
The only things we would be replacing is the storm windows on the outside because they're completely deteriorated and not operable at all.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
That you can do that afterward. All right, and Steve.
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Carrie. That was the question I wanted to ask. If I understand this correctly, the windows are not being changed, they're being repaired, and storm windows may be replaced, but those aren't an HTC approval. So we don't even need to approve the application. I mean, he could just withdraw or hold it unless he's actually going to do replacements.
His original application was window replacement.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that, Madam Chair. He said he doesn't want to replace the windows. I'm simply pointing out, we don't approve repairs of something that is staying there.
And if it were to be replaced, is this something that is actually possible if they're historic windows, or how does that work?
It's better to repair if they are historic windows. Most of the time, they can be repaired because historic windows last longer than the new ones.
Overall, all the windows are in pretty good shape as far as the wood frame and everything, and they don't seem to have leaked or appear any leaks anywhere. So yeah.
Well, we would leave it as repair, and if something came up that one window was really bad, all you would have to do is come back to us and ask them to do that. So, Kadeem, do you want to the application is for replacement and he's going to repair. Do you want a motion on that, or can we have him withdraw it?
Do I need a building permit so I can do the work?
No, I don't believe you need a building permit to repair. But we can, if you remove it, then it will just stay and you'll do the work. And if you need us, you'll come back.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you will sign out with Kadeem tomorrow as removing your application, that would be super. And there's no charge to do that. All righty.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work on doing those windows. That was very good. So the next one is 188 Cliff Road. A new
Madam
dwelling.
Chair, we are there now and ready for the applicant.
Okay. Hello, hello.
Hello, hopefully you can hear me.
Can hear you.
Okay, I believe we were pretty close to an approval last time around. What we've done since the last comments was on the west elevation. We've made the windows wider because the concern was that the west elevation main mast, the middle mast, was a little under fenestrated. So we've made those windows wider. And we did the same thing on the east elevation to match that. And then on the south elevation, we separated the windows that were mulled together on the leftmost and the rightmost dormers on that south elevation.
Very good.
And then there was a concern about how much fill we were bringing in, and so there was a request to have site sections done. So we did that on 82.3, and that shows really the manipulation to get the house on the site is pretty minimal. Really, we're just trying to get the yard so that it's, the pool and the spa can be at the same level as opposed to sort of stepping down. So we're really just looking for manipulation to get the yard to be all at one level.
Okay. So is that it? I could go to the commission now?
Yeah.
All right, I'll start with Steve because he's the one that wanted to have the land. It would be good to get his explanation. Can you?
Right.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, I was muted. Doug, I appreciate the clarification on the grading. I think so long as any grade changes that would be visible from Cliff Road are masked with a little bit of vegetation, which appears to be what's in your site plan, that's both appropriate and approvable. Thank you. On the structure itself, I think, bear with me here. I appreciate the window changes. I think they help. And I'm kind of surprised we let you get through with those gang triples on the gable. That's a shout out for Diane. And
what is it on the west?
Yeah. But
yeah, I mean,
I don't know, what I was thinking it might be appropriate, but it's not. The other location where it's picked up with the detail is on the same west elevation on the rightmost portion. The shed roofed covered porch, I guess it is, has that wider mull, and I'm not suggesting a mull that wide, but I think if you were to put a wider mull between those windows, I think the design vocabulary is in place, and I think it would be appropriate.
Yeah, so on that rightmost elevation or portion of the west elevation, that's a porch that's going to have part of it being glassed off just to sort of block that southwest wind. So that's really just a wall that has glass in it. It's not really an enclosed space. So
okay. The point, Doug, though, more just to be clear, was not so much what's the purpose of it, but that has that, it appears visually to have a wide mull between them. And I think that the triple gang windows could benefit from some type of a slightly wider mull between the two windows.
Okay.
Between the three, but in this, you know what I'm saying? The two.
Yeah.
Flanking the left and right. It's not a super strong opinion. I just mentioned it because I think it's relevant. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Carrie.
Yeah, I appreciate the window changes getting bigger on that elevation because that was something that made the place look a little odd. I don't have a problem with the 3 ganged windows, to tell you the truth. It's one set on one elevation. The rear won't be really visible from anywhere. And I actually like the proportion of wall around it and down below it. So I'm fine with the whole thing.
All right, thank you. Johnny,
Yes. Would you bring it up 3 notches so I can read it, please? Thank you. And leave it at up notches, please. Those windows seem awful large for the height of the wall. I'm just saying for the size of between the first and second floor going up to the rafters. It's awful heavy, but could you show me all 4 elevations? Just quick, like, thank you. Northeast, south, and west.
Hi, John, I do have to back out just so I can get a visual of them myself, and then I can zoom in accordingly.
Who, say that again?
I'm gonna zoom out just to show them and then zoom in accordingly, okay? So this is the south elevation. I'm zooming in on that now.
Where's it say south?
that's right underneath the building.
There it is, right there.
South
Okay, that's the
elevation.
elevation. Okay. Could I see the north elevation?
There's the north.
Okay, now the east.
You have to go back up to the east.
All right, now the west, please. I didn't go look at it. Okay. All right, the front door, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Carrie, did I get you?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and I got Stephen and I got Johnny and I'm the one. I appreciate the windows, even with the mulled windows, the 3 mulled windows. I like the size. I think it needs the size. I think there's a lot of space. The windows help take up the space. I don't think they should be reduced in any size. And all the windows over there in those 3 dormers are properly done. So I don't have any problem with it as has been proposed. So can I get a motion what everybody thinks?
I'll give you one. Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you. Thank you, Johnny. Steve,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Johnny on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So there you go. With an approval.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good
I'm
night.
back, Diane.
Okay, we're at 22 Easton Street.
Thank you.
Is there time for another one?
Madam Chair, 22 Easton Street is up and ready whenever the applicant is.
Thank you. That's so
Okay.
nice and formal.
Madam Chair, Andrew is actually not here anymore.
Oh,
So should I have a motion to
Hold for representation.
hold for representation, right?
yeah, I'll make that motion.
22 Easton Street.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to hold for Andrew.
You're the chairman.
I know, but I thought you'd forgotten that. Okay, so do I hear a motion to hold 22 at 24 Easton Street?
Me, I make the motion.
Oh, okay. On your motion, Diane.
Aye.
Aye. John,
24 Easton.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
holding it for representation.
Call for representation.
Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can't hear everything. Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? My name is Clara Guerriere. I'm with Workshop APD. I would like to hold 2224 Easton Street. We would like the board that heard it before to be present. That's why.
Right, right. Okay, yep, I think we got that. Thank you, though. So we're in the middle of a motion for actually holding it. So Val, are you in the favor of the motion?
He's not here, but I am in favor.
Carrie, and is Jesse or Stephen there?
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Are you in favor of holding this for representation?
I am.
Okay, so that passes. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, Stephen was not on that. You had a 4-member board,
Okay.
just to let you know.
Who's
Madam-
I got a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes, all right. My question is 22 Eastern Street, that's being held for representation. Now we're on Barry and 11 Jonathan Way.
Yes, it sounds right.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yep, Madam Chair, we are on 11 Jonathan Way, main house. I do see that Nathan McMullen is here and the plans are up on the screen, ready when the applicant is.
This is the last one.
Okay.
Madam Chair, shall I go ahead?
Yes, please, Nathan.
Okay, thank you. Beginning with the main dwelling. This is our third shot with the HDC. As you can see, the original submissions and the second submissions are on the left, and we're proposing this on the right. The first thing that we changed, it was not popular with the commission to have a balcony in front. So we got rid of that, and the French doors and the side lights, and made them into a 10/10 window. We also
Where are you now?
11 Jonathan
Excuse me,
Way.
I'm on the south.
I know where we are. On the screen.
On the south elevation.
All right, where is that? It's original. All right, there's a. Who keeps changing them? I want to look at it. Please.
He's enlarging it for you.
So as I was saying, John, we got rid of the balcony and changed.
What's on the screen right now? Is that the front door?
It is on the south elevation. That's the front door. Yes, sir.
Didn't say south, that's why. Thank you.
It's below. It says south. There you are.
All right, can we go to the north elevation?
Then one more thing I may say, John, is we also moved in the gable dormers so that they weren't as symmetrical as ordered. So you want to go to the north?
Okay.
John, can you hold your comments until Nathan has done his presentation, please?
Well, somebody make a motion, what are you gonna do with this?
We're not, Nathan hasn't finished. John, could you please hold your comments until Nathan has finished his presentation?
Okay.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Thank you, John. And on the east elevation, we changed those quarter round windows in the gable to 6/6. On the left, you'll see the gable, the balcony is gone. And to the right, instead of having two 6/6s ganged, we made those to be 8/8. one window. On the north elevation, there we are, is we changed the 3-ganged 6/6/4/4s into 2 6/6s. And on the right, we changed the same configuration of 3 windows into 1 12/12. On the west elevation, we did the same thing with the quarter rounds and removed them. All of this was to attempt to deformalize the house in general. The other thing that was part of the discussion was the septic wall at the front, right on Jonathan's Way. And I would love that to be part of the hardscape instead. But if you wish to discuss it now, I could do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay,
Okay.
anybody digested this to make a comment?
I'll go.
Yeah. I'll make them, thank you. I'll make it quick. The south elevation, that 8/8 window is larger than any other one on that elevation. Could we go to the south elevation?
Yes.
I mean, the
sir.
north. North elevation. Okay, the same thing with that window there, the way it's made up. It's a 12/12. It doesn't match any other of the windows. Could you change that down to 2 6/6s?
I would prefer to do that. Yes, except we'll have a mullion right in front of the sink. But I interrupted, John.
That's just my comments. I'm through. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
I'll
I
go.
think-
Are you done, John?
Yes.
Thank you. Diane?
Okay, can I see a site plan, please?
Go ahead, whatever, it's up to you.
Okay. You have quite a lot of room in what it seems to be this building on Jonathan Way. And I was wondering why it is a complete box and why we don't have some additive massing here instead of having.
If I may I answer, Diane?
Sure.
As I said from the beginning, we're confined to the envelopes for both dwellings from Concom from the get-go.
Okay,
And-
I
Go ahead.
you're right, and I forgot that. I am
Okay,
sorry.
okay. And that goes for fill as well.
Right. It's you have a what is your definition of a plunge pool?
It's a shallow pool that's not of standard 20 by 40 size. So it's a small pool. That's what plunge means to me. So this is only 7 feet deep.
Okay, it's not. I don't care about the depth. They can have it 20 feet deep if they want to, but it is what 24 by 8.
Yes.
Okay. I just would like to see it not felt like it was jammed into a very small place, because you've got to have all that sewer stuff, and I don't know how to make it more
relaxed or something, I would like it. I don't know that you can get away with the 12 over 12 windows. To go back to the 6 over 6s, I don't have a particular problem, but the house sort of stands out as being different what you find out in the area. So at the moment, that's what I would leave it at, is the size of the number of oversized windows. And that's it, because if you're confined to that particular space, there isn't much else you can do. So,
Thank you, Diane.
Yep.
Val,
she's
Not
gone.
here.
she's gone?
Go on.
Carrie,
gone.
you're on this, aren't you?
I am as an alternate. Ray is not here, so I can sit on it. I was listening
you-
in on
would you
all
mind,
along. Sure. And Steven's on this also, just so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, good.
Yes.
But I'll go. I think from where this started, it's much better. And I also believe that at the cul-de-sac, the only elevation you're going to see is the front. I appreciate all the changes to make it a little more casual. It is a 5-bay large building, but it's obviously on a very large site. I don't know what the next door to the left is doing, where that building is, but it will read as it's on a big, huge piece of property, I think. And I appreciate the changes, and I don't have a problem with anything on the rear of the building, so I don't think it's going to be visible from anywhere. And I think it's good. I think the one unusual thing is the big window over the front door, but it's not a deal breaker for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Carrie. Stephen. Stephen?
Wake him up.
Is Stephen here?
Wake him up.
Could be. He's on it.
Madam Chair, I actually no longer see Mr. Welch.
Oh. That's too bad, because we need him.
Well, there's 4 of us with you.
Yeah, well, so, all right, well, my feeling is that I still find it too formal for Jonathan Way. Yes, you have made a lot of changes. I realize that, Nathan, and they've all been for the better. So I guess it's the main, is that the south, the front door that is the main?
Yes, the south.
From the cul-de-sac. Could I see the south elevation, please?
While he's doing that, may I say again that we showed you photographs of 5 or 6 other 5-bay typical Nantucket houses like these indirectly, and one of them is 2 doors down. In other words, there are other buildings very much like this.
Yes, I remember you showing us. Nathan, what is the height of this building?
28 feet 0 inches at the south.
Okay.
At the gable, east and west.
It's.
Madam Chairperson. Man.
What is it, John?
Who am I answering to?
What I'm in the middle of talking. What would you like to say?
Yes, I'm gonna get back to this, 11 Jonathan Way for the cottage, right? Number 6.
We're still on the
Right.
house, John.
We haven't gotten there yet, Johnny. Let her finish.
We're still on number 5, the main house?
Yes.
Okay. My comments on that. Motion to hold it till Thursday, first thing on the item, because there are only a couple of changes to be made. And those big windows, 8 over 8, they've got to be changed. I think so. I'm only one person. That's the way I feel. Thank you. We can do that Thursday because you got two others.
Sorry, John, is that a motion or what?
I'll make a motion to hold it for Thursday. First item on the agenda would be this for Barry Ang. He's got 3 of them. That's my motion, to hold it for Thursday. We're past 9 o'clock now. I get
Right.
tired like everybody else.
Oh, let's hold it together here. Diane, are you in favor of John's motion to hold?
No, no.
Carrie,
No, I don't think Nathan will be ready to present something different by Thursday.
I could do that. I could do that. If you wish, I can do that. I would argue that.
know exactly what we want to do here, though. What is it that we're changing?
In other words, you haven't voted yet. You haven't voted yet.
We haven't voted yet.
No, with the, John's motion failed, but I want you to go away with what we
Yes.
think, and I don't know what I think. So,
Abby, if I may, the 8/8 is not atypical of American 5-bay architecture in general. The middle bay is often wider by a pane. If you want it to be 2 windows, I think my client would agree to have 2 smaller 6/6s there. On the back or south or north elevation, if we could go to that one more time. If you want the kitchen on the right to be 2 6/6s, we could do that instead of the 10/10. And I could change those for Thursday. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
no, thank you, Nick. Okay, so, John, what is it?
I'm in favor of what he's trying to do. He wants to change them 2 windows. There's only 3 windows there to change and bring it in Thursday at 1 o'clock.
I would be
Okay.
glad to do that, Abby.
Okay, you're happy to do that? Okay.
Yes,
good.
I am.
Okay, on John's motion, Diane,
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
What is his motion?
changing the 2 large windows, north and south, to 6/6s.
2 of
Well,
them ganged.
I don't know. It's 9 o'clock. I don't
Okay.
think we should try and cram this through. I don't think the answer is just to do 6/6s. Do you separate them? So the space between them, do you put them together as mold? I think if we're going to do this, then we should spend enough time to do it properly.
Diane,
Yeah.
the motion is to hold it for Thursday
Right.
with those changes. So you would get a chance to see it on Thursday.
Okay,
Correct.
That's the motion.
fine.
Correct.
Okay, Carrie, in favor of
Aye.
John's motion,
Aye.
and Diane
Yep.
and John.
Aye. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, John. Folks will get that together tomorrow.
Okay, now we make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
9:03.
There are a bunch of minutes that are waiting to be
Okay, why don't we
approved.
get rid of those minutes? What are the dates of those minutes?
August 24th, 26th, the 31st, and September 2nd.
Okay, do I hear a motion to okay those minutes?
I make a motion to approve those minutes.
Thank you, Diane. John, on the minutes?
Yes.
Yes, Stephen, can you vote on that? Or, no, he's not here. Carrie,
Aye.
and I will say yes on the minutes, so that passes.
Okay,
Now,
Thank you.
drum roll. Who wants to make the motion to go to bed?
Yeah.
I make the motion.
Okay, On your motion, Diane.
And have
Thank you.
dinner.
John, are you ready to go to bed?
No, just say thank you, everybody.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming. And thank you, Carrie. Are you in favor of the motion?
I am.
And I am as well.
Night, night.
Good
Thank you all
night,
so much.
everybody.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Dean.
Thanks, Holly.
Good night, Carrie. Good night.
Good night,
Happy-
Diane. Night, John.
See you Thursday. Oh.
Good night, Holly. Good night, Holly.